Oh, okay, okay. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Where'd we leave off? Where am I? Little Nihilish. Oh shit, today's gonna be special. Always starts zoomed in for some reason.
You won't notice I'm gone.
Okay, okay, okay. Let's see if we can find this energy source that we need.
Consider it done.
What's the latest news? You haven't heard? This is delicious. She's not pregnant. She's going to sprout. What? What? Sprout? Apparently her illicit lover wasn't human. He pollinated her. Whatever she's growing isn't a baby. Has her husband found out yet? He will soon enough, I'm sure. No hiding this one. Okay. Embedded in the metal wall is a complicated display. Oh shit. Refreshment Bandari? My thanks, Seradik. Where is Methanwi? Right behind you, my dear. Oh, you startled me. A small pleasure. The trip has been surprisingly dull.
You want it done right.
Ansdal, look! Look out the window. Must I on? Would it be so different from last time? I suppose it depends on whether you value the journey or the destination. Wake me when we arrive someplace interesting. What's the latest news of Tenura? Yeah, now it's looping. Embedded in the metal wall is a complicated display. A number of charts seem to track positional variables. Unfortunately, the text is in a language you've never seen before, so you can't discern anything more.
Yes.
Sign, oddity. A cloak of deepest purple ripples with life of its own.
Yes. Now.
This device appears to be one of the engines that once drove this vehicle. Eling. Whoops. The passageway leading to the next segment of the vehicle is blocked by debris. This is as far as you'll be able to go. This is what we need to fuck with. A pale blue light pulses gently. The air in this space feels charged, almost solid. A small glass control panel, apparently hovering in the air, winks with light and fills with tiny images. You raise your hand to touch the panel. Before you touch it, ghosts materialize around you, crowding you with their intangible presence, with their need. The nearly transparent Bargellan speaks. What do you intend with this? Suffering will come if you persist. You close your eyes and listen to the psychic chatter of the ghosts, and then you realize that they have no thoughts of their own. They are being controlled from a central point. You focus your thoughts at the core, but its psychic defenses are impenetrable. Ignore the ghosts and interact with the control panel. You study the control panel carefully. If the Katina were in motion, you suspect it would convey much more information than is currently available. As it is, you're able to see that it has traveled to thousands of destinations along a route that follows specific dimensional pathways, on a circuit that, if you're reading this right, reached through the stars. The panel brings up a wealth of information about the Katina's systems in the form of tiny animated images. One of the icons appears to initiate the sequence to eject the Katina's power core. Eject the power core. You press the icon. Immediately a host of other icons spring to life. From what you can tell, multiple steps must occur before the power core can be removed. You'll have to draw the power source from the assembly, direct it to a containment unit, and then cause the containment anchors to release. Then you can extract the unit from the machine. It seems like this should be fairly straightforward, if laborious. The Vargellan ghost interposes itself. We are concerned. We ask you to reconsider. You ignore him and press another icon. Lightning begins to dance across the panel. If you're not careful, you might get hurt. Continue the process of ejecting the core, working around the arcs of electricity. It appears that the arcs fire in a complicated pattern, but a few moments of regarding that pattern settles it in your mind. Your fingers dart in and out until you at last manage to complete the process. The power core has been ejected from the assembly. Now you need to move it to the containment unit. You start the transfer sequence, but suddenly the control panel goes dark. The ghosts thicken around you. You will doom us to oblivion. Under their voices, a stronger undercurrent thrums, a subsonic pulse that quivers in your gut. Divert power back to the control panel. You tap the broken power image. The old icons disappear and a new screen of options appear. You study it carefully. One of the images shows an alien claw swiping through a complicated series of gestures at the panel, and then pushing an icon that looks like a wave. You imitate its motions and the panel winks back to full functionality. Now that power has been restored, you are able to complete the transfer of the core. It appears, at least according to the instructions, that the only task remaining is to remove the containment unit. Unfortunately, the unit appears to be stuck. The column of light has locked the containment device into place. It seems the Katina is working to stop you. The ghosts of the passengers crowd around you. And though they cannot touch you, they can distract you. Light shines into your eyes. Voices fill your ears, and all of them whisper and urge you to stop what you intend. Disable the containment field. Leaning close, you study the icons and symbols, trying to ascertain their meaning. It looks like you need to enter information in the proper order. You settle in for applied experimentation. Slowly, methodically, you uncover the correct sequence. You enter it, and the containment field winks out. Please stop, the ghosts whisper as one. Please! You open the containment unit, revealing a single functional power source. The others are silent and dead. You examine the active power supply more closely, and a sudden shift in perspective leaves you nauseous.
Making a note.
It is as if you look down upon a billion stars swirling around holes of pure emptiness, a darkness deeper than anything you have seen before. You see red lines shift towards infrared and then blackness, and then the holes burst open in a fountain of brilliant white. The Foundation scatters stars that circle around new holes, fade to black, and the cycle repeats. The Katina seems to run on collapsing singularities. Light in the Katina flicker and dim, fading slowly as the residual power within them expires. The further lights go first, darkness marching along the Katina toward the power source. As the slow wave of darkness builds, it snatches the ghosts into oblivion as well. What?
Whatever.
Whatever.
Of course.
Young mutants.
Ready. I'm going.
Alright, let's go get and fix this weapon, and then go and talk to our slave and send him over here. There are a lot of side quests here, though. The Vargellan's manner is noticeably deferential. You return. What is your pleasure? Shut them down, no. Show him the power source you found in the Katina. Would this work for the scalpel I showed you earlier? He gives a cursory look. Connect it and see. It is a simple matter. If you are successful... Oh, I will see what can be done about the blade itself. So many questions. He would learn more and more quickly through his own experimentation. Good dude. Attempt to insert the trans-dimensional power source into the handle. Alright, I'll use my own points.
Making a note.
You take out the cylinder that you found in the crashed Katina and try to slide it into the compartment on the hilt. Initially it looks as though it won't quite fit, but you discover that if you press the cylinder gently against the opening, it gradually resizes itself and fits neatly inside. A small fine blade of pure trans-dimensional energy sprouts from the hilt. You realize that this device is a scalpel. With a twist of the hand, the blade can quickly be switched on or off. Yeah. It's not really a good weapon. It's not a bad weapon either. And the critical effect there isn't even good either. Because it's like decent, but if you do fight anything that's trans-dimensional, you're just gonna get nuked. Extra effort, sure. Increased stat pool is the most useless thing you can get there. Alright, toss it over to Matkina. I believe. Because all this does is... It does reduce armor by 1, but that's not very interesting. Because armor is just -1 damage. This has 3 higher max damage too. Plus it does trans-dimensional, which is, I think, generally better. Also, it looks cool. I can equip the Sonic Blade, though. Not that I will ever use it, but it's better than this one, at least. Wanna read these? Oh yeah. You weigh the other ring fragment in your hand, teeth grazing your lip. The fragments feel like they should match somehow, that they should be joined. Reforge the ring with a tidal surge. You direct a powerful surge of the tides at the unseen force holding the ring fragments apart, picturing it in your mind as a physical presence, a hostile, if nameless entity. The moment the force is pushed back, the fragments lurch towards each other and the ring willingly reforms before your eyes. It is now obvious why it was not reforged previously, as only a cast-off or a nearly superhuman effort could have done so. The complete shadow ring lies in the palm of your hand, shimmering with barely restrained power. 4 resistance... Oh, it's an art... No, it is an ornament. Don't know if it was very interesting though. It's obviously really good, but... +2 relativistic damage on attacks, 4 resistance. I'll equip that. I don't think we have any other rings or anything. So nothing to equip on sucks ass anyway, so whatever. It's like completely impossible to not get maximum reputation or whatever with your party members. I don't know if might actually be okay if you level him. But when he's level 1, he's obviously really ass. You promised to modify this scalpel. He holds out his hand without looking you in the eye. He keeps his eyes focused elsewhere until you place the scalpel in his palm. He sets it on his bench and his fingers fly between his tools and the blade. The process takes only a few moments, and when he has finished, he extends his arm to the side and waits for you to take it from his palm. When you do, he returns to his notes. His sullen air is almost infectious. Oh, shit. Now it's insane. On hit confers cut through dimensions on target -5 resistance. It just got like +10 damage. More or less. I think it became longer.
Yes.
In this world, then.
Yes. Now.
Poti looks up at you without a word. His eyes are dead as before. I have a task for you. I want you to open a maw in Little Nylish. A maw, he swallows. What does this one want? It feeds on guilt. I think it might be the maw you're looking for. Guilt? You mean it takes it away? It can't be. It sounds too good. Keep your hopes clamped, Koti. I don't know. Let's find out. He swallows again, hard. All right. I'll meet you over there. Here we go. Don't think, just do it. And be free. Or not.
Let's go. Let's go. On it. Of course.
With alacrity.
Koti's hair is matted with sweat. He flinches back as the maw's fleshy tendrils stretch toward him. They are obviously interested. Are you sure it won't kill me? It is the bloom. There's no telling what it will take in the end, but this is your best chance. Koti sets his chin. He takes one step forward and stops. Half to you and half to himself, he says, "If I live, I go free. No one can touch me then." He walks closer. The tendrils lash out, grabbing him by the arms, the legs, the head. They pull him closer. He cries out as they penetrate his skin. Then his eyes focus on something distant, something you can't see. Cassandra? Tears pour down his face. The maw laps them up greedily. No, don't go in the harbor. It was a joke. Stop! The tongues wrap around him, hungry and aggressive. If they're hurting him, he doesn't seem to notice. His attention is fixed somewhere else. Stop, stop, he sobs. I'm coming, Cassie. I'll save you. He struggles against the tendrils, but you get the impression he's not trying to escape. He's reliving the moment his sister died. He's trying to swim out to her. Idiot. Why did I fall asleep? Why did I dig the leak in the first place? No, he screams. He reaches out suddenly, then claws at the tendrils that hold him fast. This time you think he's really aware of them. He's really trying to get out. It hurts. I can't take it anymore. Cassie, I'm sorry. Do nothing. He screams long and loud. Then gradually his screams turn to sobs. He no longer claws at the tendrils. He clutches them like a lover's tender arms. I didn't mean it, he says, his words barely audible through his tears. Sis, you gotta know, I didn't mean for you to die. I just wanted to... I was stupid. I just want you back now. I want it all back. Come back. She's dead. She's dead. It's your fault, Cody. You killed her. He collapses to his knees, cradling one of the tendrils as though it were a child. He shouts at the roof until his face is crimson and he's out of breath. He screams 5 more times, then buries his face in the tendril on his lap and cries. Slowly, gently the tongues retract. As the last one recedes, Cody stretches out his hand, as though his sister were walking away, leaving him. Then his hand drops limp onto his lap. Several moments pass, where the only sound is Cody's weeping. Then a new tone rises. His cracked, hollow sobs come sharper, more quickly, eventually shaping themselves into laughter. He turns back to you, his face a wet mess of tears and bloom slime, but for the first time since you met him, he's smiling. I'm free, he croaks. Thank you. He pushes himself up, unsteady but certain. Thank you, he says again, and walks away into his new life. Silently, the maw opens behind him. I ruined her. I can't forgive myself, but maybe I can do her better here on out.
I'll remember that.
One moment, and it's done.
Tell me, what is the state of the new maw here in my settlement? I'm still working on it. Okay. Why doesn't anybody want to talk to me about this dumb bitch?
On it.
Down here. Why can't I do anything with her?
All right.
Consider it done.
I'll remember that.
This careworn woman is dressed in strange ornate armor. Her bearing is military stiff and her eyes roam constantly. Though the rest of her body is under strict control, she assesses you in a glance. Outworlder, the Bloom portal is open. It is good that you spoke to me first. Few Lascars speak your tongue, officers mainly. She clucks her tongue. We need practice. Welcome to the anchorage. It is good that the portal has opened again. Perhaps we can recover our missing people. I am Captain Janner. This anchorage is my command. All you see is under my command. Explore our home if you like, but our traditions, respect them, please. I met some of your crew in the Bloom. Jemadar Arechi and her crew. She presses a hand to her chest and bows her head. Our thanks, Outworlder. From myself and from the crew. Should you see her again, please tell her that the way to the anchorage is open to her. Blessed day, our people have returned to us. Tell me more about your people. We lived here on the anchorage, as did our ancestors for countless generations. Trapped here, they grew old, intermarried, raised families. Our laws came one by one as we built a new society here in isolation. We are military, lascars, soldiers, sailors. We have hierarchy and strength. All know their place. All have the chance to ascend on merit. No favoritism. My own child is not even a Jemadar. I do not review her records. I could lose my position for such an infraction. She shrugs. All families have such struggles. Perhaps we will serve together one day. What a wonder that would be. Such a family are we lascars. We struggle against time, against memory, as we keep an eye to the sky, always dreaming of escape. Until then we hold tradition of the civilization of home. What's that pinging noise? She looks at you strangely for a moment, as if she had no idea what you spoke, and then comprehension comes. Ah, the signal. For so long I have heard it that I have forgotten. We call for the ship. Perhaps it has become lost. If so, we'd light a beacon in the void. Tell me about the ship. Until the ship appears from the void and comes to take us home, we serve the anchorage as the generations uncounted before us. Some fear the ship may never come, but we hold our eyes to the heavens in faith. She spreads her hands wide. Until that day we toil. When the ship comes, and it comes soon, it will find a welcome berth in our anchorage and in our hearts. How long have you waited for the ship? As long as necessary, Outworlder. She stops, retranslating your words. Apologies. We have waited for many families, many parents. My family, and their family, and back many families before them. The Cortex would know, surely, but I do not think we wait much longer. Something in the anchorage's air. It smells of our time here coming to an end. The ship will come soon. Genghis feels the same, and he would know better than any. Tell me more about the anchorage. The void is great and vast. It holds terrors. The anchorage is respite, a place of rest and safety. There were once many ships with many people. They came here, rested, refueled, took on passengers. Passengers traveled to many worlds around many stars, and then they stopped coming. But we remain. Are your ancestors the people who built this place? She shakes her head. I do not think so. We lived here many years, but if we built the anchorage, no memories remain. They tell us only that we serve. Perhaps it was built by our people. Perhaps it was always here. We do not know. Even the Cortex does not tell us. There are older things than which we hold dear. Tell me more about your society. I lead. As captain, the anchorage is my command. Marriages I approve. I lead the rites. To me falls all responsibility for survival. But such duties are onerous. I delegate as captains did before me. So we have pilots, majors, jemadars, and others. They prove themselves through work, rise through rank. Every 10 years, those of high rank may challenge me for my position. We speak to the Cortex and match our minds. We solve scheduling, mathematical, logistical problems. Should my challenger win, I retire and advise. We cannot survive without cooperation. What is that Cortex you mentioned? It is a device sacred to us, she says carefully, her eyes on yours. It is our only connection to our lost home. She folds her arms and adds, we do not allow Outworlders to see it. I mean, no offense, but do not ask. Why can't I visit the cortex? She exhales, teeth clenched, and looks up. Fury wavers like a trapped flame behind her eyes. We were not always so protective. That was before other Outworlders tried to steal it a few years ago. She holds up a hand. Perhaps you are different. This does not matter. No Outworlder will ever be allowed to see the cortex again. Can you tell me anything about the Outworlders who tried to steal the cortex? She growls, sweeping a hand over her head. Clearly she regrets approaching the topic at all. We were foolish. They came to us through a portal from your world. We welcomed them as guests and showed them the anchorage, the cortex. Her hand is a fist at her side. One of them puts hands on it. His friends attacked us. The anchorage burning the walls with their fire.
Making a note.
Shaking her head, she continues. We killed them, of course. All except the one who touched the cortex. Him we questioned until he died, screaming a word over and over. She watches your face. The word was Dracogen. Farewell, Captain.
Let's go.
I opened the new mall, but I found some kind of terminal or port on the other side. Not your city of Nihilish. Garkoto hisses in disappointment, and its great bulk thrashes in the tank. Alas, it would appear that we must remain in the bloom for now. We shall find another route home eventually. The murky gases swirl around in the prince's corpulent form. Opening the maw has served the residents of Little Nihilish. Name your fee. I think 600 shins would be sufficient. A large sum cast off, but I agree. The work was dangerous and important. A moment, please. A minute later, one of Garkoto's mutants steps forward, with a haversack filled with shins. This should conclude that business. Yeah. Increase edge. What's his weapon? It's a speed weapon. Realignment. You can choose to align to one of the last cast-off's dominant tides. This changes Oom's appearance and affects the bonuses gained from many of Oom's abilities. Well, you get all of this. Increase the last cast-off's training level in a skill based on Oom's title Alignment. Cipher limit +1. Trained haptic armor or trained splurge. Yeah, I just gain more damage than hit chance did. Wait, what? It gained a lot of armor and plus 30% on might tasks, plus 30% on speed tasks. Wow. Alright. Alright, sure. And here we can just give him ranged weapons to make up that we picked that one. Plus 30% on tasks is pretty big. Boom, come here, come here. Why does it only respond to you, Caster? Zerk. Boom loops a tendril around your ankle and tugs. When it's sure you're watching, its eyes shrink in concentration. A certainty arises in you from the part of your mind Oom occupies. it can shape itself to better serve your needs and your alignment to the tides. The creature stares up at you, waiting. You study Oom's current form. Right now it is not shaped by any of the tides. What tides can you align to? Tidal colors surface within Oom, raised like buttons to be pressed. Your fingertips itch at them, at the sign of them. Two of the colors are brighter than the others. The first glow is dominant tide blue, the blue one. The first color fades, and the other glows even brighter. Dominant tide silver, the silver one. Touch the silver light. Oom's form ripples, melts, and changes. Alright. Arm. Does he even change? He gets little crystals around him. Weird. We get a bonus to intimidation. The target gains haptic armor. Oom wraps a portion of its body around an ally. So, is this usable here?
Just what I needed.
So now we have haptic armor.
All right.
Which gives us +4 armor, +4 resistance, +30% on might tasks, +30% on speed tasks. So you could share this with the ring, right? So you could just have this on 2 characters. For example, I could equip this here and this here, and then we can give the shadow ring to Oom. Example. Remove haptic armor, and then we used it again.
Yes.
No.
Well, I feel better.
And now she also has that. But the fact that it's on might and speed tasks kind of means that it would be better on Matkina, I guess. It's just that the movement speed thing is pretty neat. But I don't know if it really matters. I don't know if the movement speed like extends her teleport range. Probably doesn't. So if we unequip that, give that to Matkina. We take this. Or whatever, give it to her. There. Because then that's gonna mean that she's pretty much always going to succeed on all speed rolls. More or less guaranteed.
Good. I'm
Just never gonna lose speed.
With alacrity. In this world,
Seems useless. Alright, let's go up and talk to these guys.
Fine.
Last call. Reggie. Sought have we, but alternate routes to the anchorage remain closed. Your fortune, has it been better? I found a maw in Little Nilish. It looks like it leads to your anchorage. For the first time, a broad smile cracks her face. A savior, truly, the opener of the ways, who can rescue marooned travelers. She turns and speaks to her crewmates. Chalan askun toveld, getza. She turns back to you and presses a small device into your hand. Is useful, old but reliable. Plus 150% on quick fingers tasks. Plus 150% on smashing tasks. Okay. Ah, this man is a skilled navigator in this realm of flesh. At last we will return home, to the anchorage, that is.
I'll remember that.
Do I have to drag it to the slot? There, and then we have to reuse this.
There we go. Here. Now.
Then we go back to the anchorage, see what they have to say now.
Yes. On it.
Okay, not much there. Awarachi. Opener of ways, we have regained the anchorage. This one thanks you. I am grateful. Worry stamps its lines on the features of this man. Like the others in the anchorage, he wears a suit of ornate armor, but he has set aside his helmet. His hair is thinning and wrinkles web around his eyes and across his forehead. He is tinkering with some display, but he turns away from it to address you. Greeting, I am Genghis, pilot major of this anchorage. What do you do here? I serve, Outworlder. I am the keeper of Navigational Cortex, its servant. I watch the sensors. I listen to its words. Information from antenna arrays filter in here. All knowledge of the anchorage passes the cortex. If I fail in my duties, the ship might arrive without my foreknowledge. So I clean and listen and study. If the ship should come in my life, and I believe it may, I will take its mind in mine and we will plot a course for home. That day will come. I know it. I will be remembered as a hero.
I'm going.
of course.
This door is made of some unfamiliar shiny material. It has been polished to a mirror-like sheen. A magnetic strip of another duller metal has a strange runic script scrawled across its surface. It looks like an instruction regarding the door. On trying the door, you discover what the message must be. This door is stuck, or something equivalent. You might be able to force the door open, but it won't be easy. Oh, definitely won't. Not without taking some drugs.
Yes. Go.
Some mechanism within the door seems to be stuck, but you manage to overcome its resistance. You hear something crack and then the door slides open, grinding a bit as it does.
Like a whisper.
Hello there. The cure, cipher, target enemy drops some of their possessions, then wanders aimlessly, never attacking, while the cure is active. Okay. This heavy door is sealed shut. It's the only thing that stands between you and the void. I don't like having too many ciphers on my main, because then next time you get one, you get the cipher signals. Alright, let's go.
Yes.
It is done.
I think we're pretty much done here.
I'm ready.
We could go and rest, because we are really low on everything. We still have some juice left.
Yes.
An enormous statue of a woman wielding a hammer stands here, its lower half lost to shadow in the depths of the blue.
Fine.
In a shadowy corner of the shrine lurks an old woman, so tiny and unremarkable that she blends into the gloom. She's been watching you since you arrived, following you with bright, intense eyes. You notice that one of her arms is missing at the elbow. He's here. Greetings. The whispers told me you were coming, cast off. They often do when someone they regard as interesting finds their way to the bloom. Her voice is soft and shifting, as if everything she says is echoed by the chittering voices of the bloom. Suddenly she is at your side, one small hand touching your arm. Her eyes probe yours. Did you come here with purpose? Do you know what this place is? You realize that this shrine does feel familiar, as if you or perhaps the changing god have been here before. Try to remember. You scan the room, searching for anything that might seem familiar. A metallic gleam catches your eyes from the nearby slab of stone. It lies partly buried beneath a motley pile of offerings, but the unusual shape of the metal sparks a memory. The old woman follows your gaze. He left that as an offering. Your sire did, when he was here. You can almost feel the weight of the device in your hand. With a sudden jarring clarity, you see that chamber as it was 40 years past, when the changing god stood before a group of robed bloom cultists, offering the device in trade for information. And in the corner, an elderly woman, bird-like, with shining eyes. This woman you've just met, or someone much like her, was at the shrine then too. He pored over every scroll, she whispers, half to herself, wanting to learn how Sheila forged a friendship with the bloom, a bond that imposed no price upon her, or so he thought. And now here you are in the shrine of Sheila the Great, Sheila Silverskin, Sheila the Bride of the Hammer, and I am her observant speck. When the changing god was here, what did he want from the bloom? Create a portal to another world, a place called the Ascension. He believed that the crystals of that world would save him from death, so he descended to the bloom's heart and forged a bond of sorts. From that bond a new maw was born. It took your sire to the world he sought. She purses her lips. But for every bond the bloom always exacts a price. If it could not feast upon your sire then, it will find a way to devour one of his offspring. More than one, perhaps. Her eyes glitter. What can you tell me about Sheila? Stories, she murmurs, passed from one speck to another, or from one speck to the next. So many stories told by so many tongues, too many to hold in my head, but the bloom remembers, and it whispers in my ears to remind me. Tell me where Sheila came from. The speck closes her eyes and cocks her head like a bird's, as if listening to the voices of the bloom. As she begins to speak, the faint chitters and whispers that always underlie her words grow louder, twisting them around in your head and spawning images in your mind's eye. Speak to me, whispers. Tell me again about Sheila. Look up, up, high on the cliffs, a sturdy little house. The cliffs of Segus flash before your eyes. Crowded with old ramshackle homes, they cling to the rocks like spindly crabs, high above the sea. One of them catches your eye. A pretty little house, freshly painted blue and green in a solid nook of stone. A man and a woman dwell inside, a father and a mother. 2 children they have, a girl and a boy. Now you can see the people too. The girl is tall for her age, robust and strong. Her brother is small and cautious and quick. Keep listening. One day the father pulls a treasure from the sea. You can see the man in a fishing boat, hauling a silvery cylinder out of his net, looking at it in wonder. He brings it home to his family. What shall I do with this artifact, he wonders, for I am a simple man, not a wizard or a sage. The man glances out the window of his house and sees his two children playing in the street. Artifacts bring trouble, he says to himself, and I have a family to protect. I'll bring the treasure to the boss of the town, and she will thank me for it. So the next day the man gathers the treasure in a sack and sets out for the manor at the top of the cliffs. His daughter Sheila wants to go with him, but he shakes his head and goes alone. Keep listening. Many weeks pass. The man never returns from the manor on the hill. Sheila asks everyone she knows, but no one has seen her father. One day, just as she and her brother leave their house in the morning, they hear a crash behind them. In your mind's eye, you can see the pretty little house pulling away from the cliff, its wooden supports snapping like twigs bursting apart as it falls towards the sea. It strikes you as strange that this house, seemingly kept so much better than its neighbors, should collapse so suddenly. The children race back along the road only to find that their house is gone and their mother lies dead among the rocks. As her brother curls up in the street and weeps, Sheila stands beside him, gazing toward the manor at the top of the cliffs. I know you did this, she whispers, and I know what you did to my father. Yet the treasure you took from him is my birthright, and I will have it back. That's what drove her? Vengeance? Not vengeance. A desire to be extraordinary. The speck's voice is quiet again. The whispers receded, and you sense that these words are truly her own. Sheila believed that her parents were easy victims because no one knew who they were. If they had been prominent and well known, the boss of Segus wouldn't have dared to harm them. But they were small and simple folk, so no one cared when they died. For what else matters but to be known? The changing god also knew this. Tell me how Sheila found her way to the bloom. Once again the speck cocks her head and closes her eyes. When she speaks, the chitters and whispers of the bloom spark images in your mind, and you can almost see the event she describes. Speak to him as well, the cast-off. Show him the truth of the past. Look up, up, Two orphans climb the cliff towards the manor high. Above, in your mind you see a brother and a sister in their late teens as they scale the sheer cliffs of Sagus. Above them, carved from the natural rock, looms a great walled house. It belongs to a woman, the boss of Sagus and mistress of the Bloom, she who killed their parents and took their birthright for herself. The girl is Sheila, tall, broad-shouldered and flamboyantly dressed, like a glittering gem against the dull stone of the cliffs. The boy is her brother, Shade, slender and quick, cowled in black. Through the unguarded window they climb, slipping into the garden beyond. There, at its heart, is the artifact, their birthright. In your mind's eye, Sheila and Shade crouch on a ledge. You can see the artifact they must have, a metallic cylinder fitted into a strange device. She leans forward, so eager to see what is rightfully hers, but the ground turns slick and she falls, toppling into the garden, close enough to the artifact that she can almost reach, but she's snared in a net of rainbow light. You can see Sheila crumpled under the strange net, trapped, calling for her brother. Shade watches from the shadows. He makes no move to help. Betrayed, hisses the speck, led into a trap by her twin. But if she couldn't have the artifact, at least she could touch. The speck's voice strains, and as it does so, you can feel Sheila straining, reaching a hand through the net. As her finger brushes the artifact, it flares with a brilliant light, and is gone. But not gone, not really. It's part of Sheila now, changing her slowly from within. You can sense the change, but she doesn't know what it means. Not yet. Not as they lead her away. You catch a glimpse of Sheila being led in chains from the great house. She is cast into the Bloom as a slave, and there, the speck smiles softly and warm. She meets me. But it wasn't really you, right? No, not me. She shakes her head slowly as if she isn't certain of her own words. It was another woman called the Speck. My namesake. The insignificant Speck. That's who she was back then. Tell me what Sheila did to warrant such respect. In the dark, in the bleeding guts of the Bloom, a score of young women crouch in a cell carved from the living flesh of the Bloom. You can barely see the girl in your mind. You can barely see the girls in your mind's eye, thin and tired, huddled against the fleshy walls, bound in chains. Who they were before doesn't matter. They're slaves now, doomed to labor in the dark. One day someone new is brought to their cell and chained beside a small girl who calls herself the Speck. The old woman smiles. The new slave says her name is Sheila. Even in chains, she meets the guard's eyes, and they look away. Already the Bloom whispers in her ears. Sheila places her hands upon its flesh and strikes a bargain. You owe us, Sheila whispers to the Bloom, for the slaves you've eaten, for the Speck's arm that you devoured. You owe us something in return. The flesh trembles beneath her hand, and opens. Beyond is a chamber full of weapons. You catch a glimpse of Sheila passing blades and stranger armaments to the other girls in her cell. Sheila picks a glowing hammer for herself. Or maybe the Bloom does. It fits her hand like it was made for her, and it never leaves her side again. Then we gather together and make our plan to escape. When all of us are ready, Sheila starts hammering on the door to our cell. The guards come running and we fall upon them, cutting them down, tearing them apart. Then Sheila leads us from our prison and we pour into the market, gathering more and more slaves to her banner. We kill every master we can find. In the market, we decide to make our stand. Sheila knows that her enemy, the boss of Sagus, the woman who killed her parents and turned her brother against her, can't ignore us. We form up into ragged lines. Then we hear them, the roar of the soldiers. The tread of heavy boots getting closer, closer. Somehow you can hear them too, along with the terrified murmurs of the slaves as they grip their weapons and prepare to fight for their lives. Keep listening. Noise, confusion. The Spec's eyes are still closed, but she staggers back, raising a hand to defend herself against an invisible attack, as if she thinks she is in the midst of a battle. You can faintly hear the screams and cries and clank of steel on steel. I stay by Chila's side when the battle is joined. I try to guard her back, but she's stuck. She's struck first by an arrow, then by a blade. Okay, restream. Jesus Christ, your fucking cookies are so dog shit. There we go. Now we're back. Whenever they cut her flesh, Silver's scales grow over the wound and she keeps on fighting. Sheila knows why. When she touched the artifact, her birthright, it became a part of her, changed her so that she cannot be killed. She smiles, raises her hammer, crushes the skull of every soldier who stands against her. A shadow passes overhead. It's her traitorous brother, Shade, soaring on wings of flesh and steel, come to kill her at last. Why? He strikes her once, twice, and again. The Spec's voice goes quiet. Each time, Silver's scales grow to cover the wound. Instead of getting weaker, Sheila grows stronger. She grabs him by the foot and smashes him into the ground. But instead of killing him, she speaks to him. It's a whisper, and I can't hear what she says, but Shade begins to weep. When she lets him go, he stays on the ground. The battle is won and the enemy soldiers are running. Sheila goes to face the woman who killed her parents. "I'll leave you with your life," she tells her, "but not your name. Get out of here and never come back." You can almost see the broken woman, a feared warlord only hours before, fleeing alone and in shame from the battle. The Spec pauses and opens her eyes. That's where the story ends. Our enemy fled, and the bloom was ours. Sega's cliffs was ours. Sheila became the first Memovira. We ended the trade in slaves, and Sheila ruled Segas and all the lands around for half a century, until the bloom called her to its heart. What happened to Sheila's enemy, the boss of Segas? She was forgotten. Some of the slaves said that they followed her, thinking to kill her despite Sheila's promise of safe passage. But before they had a chance, she vanished. She escaped to another world or was eaten by the bloom. A mischievous smile plays at the old woman's lip. I prefer to think the latter. The bloom called Sheila to its heart. What does that mean? Its whispers called her and she disappeared into the depths. Maybe it took her to another world, or maybe she still lives down there. One day she'll return for her Spec, I am sure of that. The whispers wouldn't lie. She will return for one Spec. Perhaps not me, but someday. Sheila ended the trade in slaves, but now it's returned. In a different form, yes. The old slave-holding families bided their time, for generations, marrying themselves into the new leading families of freed slaves. They found ways to justify slavery as a punishment for the wicked. So it is with the wealthy and powerful. They're more like bloom flesh than they'd care to admit. Stubborn, enduring, difficult to kill. I have some other questions, I think. I'm not sure. Is this a place of worship? Not really. People come to be close to the bloom because its mind is strong here. They leave offerings. She waves her stump at the nearby slab. Valuables they've stolen. Trophies of their kills. Proof that they're hunters, not prey. Are you a leader or a priestess? She laughs around. She laughs aloud. Me? Making speeches? Punishing the sinful? No. I am only a Spec. They let me stay here, and I tell them stories. That's all. Perhaps they think of me that way. Part of their illusion, I suppose. What sort of people leave offerings? Bloom cultists most of all, but also guides, scavengers, merchants who fear to lose their precious cargo, travelers from other worlds, and the Memovira before she lost the favor of the bloom. She'd heap the offering stone with the heads and hands of those she killed. So haughty she was back then, so sure the bloom loved her and things would never change. The old woman tisks. Nothing is forever in the bloom. Does the bloom respond better to thieves and murderers? She shrugs. Sometimes it pays more attention to them. Whether you want the attention of the bloom is another question. Predators is perhaps a better term for what it wants. Those who prey like it preys. I have other questions. I met a man outside. He claims to be the former Memovira. So he was. A man who enjoyed holding lives at his mercy, pronouncing judgment from his throne. You hear the chittering, whispering voices of the bloom behind the speck's words, twisting their way into your mind. When you blink your eyes, the image of an imperious-looking man flashes before you. The same man you met outside, but younger, stronger, with a cruel curl to his lip. The whole bloom was his palace, the seed of a kingdom he would build, for such was his ambition, and the bloom loved him for it. Such power it gave him. What sort of power? Every Memovira can open a maw at a touch, but not all can summon maws to their side. Fewer still can call them outside the fleshy walls of the bloom as he could. But the bloom turned on him, just as it turned on the Memovira now. Just as it always does. So many lives cut short by his hand, so much fear bound up with his name. He'd grown fat with the terror and strife that he sowed. In the mind of the bloom, he was a beast made plump for the slaughter. The bloom eats terror and strife? It might. Or perhaps it devoured his legacy of terror and strife, rolling him around in its guts until he was forgotten. Until he forgot himself. She shrugs. Who knows? The whispers don't say. Sounds like justice to me. To you it might. To the bloom it's hunger, nothing more. Is it justice if the bloom also goaded him to it? Well, we'll never know, I suppose. The speck slowly spins herself in a circle. It's all a cycle. Round and round, feast on one Memovira, raise another in its place. Let the hunger build. She stops, and feast again. So now the bloom wants to eat this Memovira. That's why she's hiding in her tower. Too scared to leave her tower, too proud and stubborn to abandon the bloom. She's no different than the ones who preceded her. The bloom will eat her and her name will be forgotten. How long has the bloom's cycle been going on? Since the time of Sheila at least, so 4 centuries? 5? She seems momentarily confused. Before that, who knows? There was no speck to watch and remember. Certainly the bloom is much, much older than that. Likely the cycle is just as ancient. If Sheila was the first Memovira, wouldn't she have been part of the bloom's feeding cycle too? The speck turns to you sharply, eyes glittering. What are you saying? He's not the first to think he's discovered some great secret. I don't know. I don't really care about any of these. I'm just going to go with the silver one. She's proof that the cycle can be beaten. A person can bond with the bloom and survive if they're strong enough. It's like none of these are... like they're just conjecture, dude. It's weird. She is silent for a long moment. A rare soul they'd need to be, but yes, maybe it could be done. Stronger than the bloom? Never. Or is that who Sheila truly was? Farewell.
Of course.
A slab of pitted stone sits in the center of the shrine, heaped with a motley display of offerings. The metallic gleam of a device catches your eye again, the mysterious offering left by the changing god. Look more closely at the device that was left by the changing god. Only one end of the device protrudes from underneath some other offerings, its sharp edges glinting as azure in the flickering light of the shrine. Do you want it back, Cast-Off? The old woman gives you a long, discerning look. Something about you reminds me of him, and of Sheila, the silvery glimmer I'd catch sometimes out of the corner of my eye. You have it too, though it's not as brilliant as theirs. Not yet. Coming to a decision, she nods her head. Take the device. It's yours. I'd rather see it in your hands than buried and forgotten here. She plucks it from the pile of offerings and gives it to you. The device is cylindrical in shape, wrought from azure steel with curved, sharpened projections on all sides, making it difficult to hold. It feels familiar to you, like a family heirloom that you've only heard about in stories, but always pictured in your mind. Somehow you know that it is a Mircaster. We got nothing to talk about. Okay, dude. Same with the Bloom Cultist.
I'll handle it.
Oh, hello there. There's another Bloom Cultist, whatever.
Of course.
Chirurgeon Slump, Old Slave. Let's go here first. Mom. Jaunt. Demaray. Obervich. Orth Faung.
All right.
Unreachable. Hope you are here for treatment. Our chirurgeons are running out of protection line. A pair of bored-looking soldiers in filthy uniforms bar your way. Blue and silver markings are still visible under the grime, but only just. Their weapons, on the other hand, are clean, well-maintained, and appear to have seen serious use. The guards glance at each other for the barest fraction of a second, and then, hiding a smirk, the first one says, "Welcome to Chirurgeon Slump, under the protection of Ortaglio's Irregulars. Here to see one of our fine medical professionals. It only costs you He breaks off suddenly. No fee. I beg your pardon. Bleeding Cast-Off. Ortaglio won't be happy about this. Why aren't you charging me any shins? His eyes are fixed on your tattoo. I'm sorry, you'll have to speak to our captain Ortaglio. He and his companion turn away, pointedly avoiding your gaze. The features of this once handsome man are sunken and splotchy, the face of anxiety and drink, evidenced by the flagon in his hand. The veins of his nose have broken, giving it a rosy appearance. Any cheer that might have lived in his face is destroyed by the frequent, nervous glances over his shoulder. Following his gaze, you see a knotted mass of bloom flesh, surrounded by waving tendrils, some distance away. He looks you over, his eyes lingering on your cast-off tattoo. He takes a slow, deliberate drink. Come looking for soldiers, have you? You've found us. Want a kingdom overthrown, a tomb robbed, a caravan guarded? If you've got the shins, then you've still come to the wrong place. Ortaglio's Irregulars are not ready to serve. Go hang. A thrice-damned cast-off. He won't be dragging my man back to that hell. Then he reconsiders. Fine. What do you want? Why did you stare at my tattoo? He licks his lips. You're a cast-off. I'm waiting for you to tell me the penalty for desertion. He holds up his hand as if to motion a stop, and you see that his troops are all watching you. But unless you come with more strength than this, you'll have a hard time enforcing that penalty. Desertion? From what? I'm a deserter from the endless battle, the changing God's side. Don't tell me you haven't heard of me. He looks away. Don't answer that. Let me tell you what happened. We'd been working for the commander they called the Chalcedon for years. We earned our pay the hard way, but we did it honorably. We took bigger and bigger risks, and when I objected one day, the Chalcedon told me any cast-off could do my job, and for cheaper. Cast-offs don't die easy. Not true for the rest of us. When we took our last objective for the Chalcedon, we found a nest of Juralisks. Not one, mind you, but many. I reported it personally to the Chalcedon, the commander of the Changing God's army, and she told me to wipe them out no matter the cost. Having lost 10 of my friends that day, the cost was already too high. He glances again at the maw. Damned cast-offs. Damned cast-offs think they're gods, all of them. Couldn't give a damn about us. So I took it on myself to get the pay we were owed, and then we left. We came here to carve out a living, but it looks like we're still not clear of the cast-offs. Yes, we deserted our posts. The endless battle is a ruiner of lives, and I'm damned proud I didn't waste any more there. If you're a military company, where is your standard? He grimaces, his face showing his age as he does. A tattered old rag, to be sure, but the troops seem strangely attached to it. Must come from marching under its flutters and seeing so many of their friends dying under it. Does strange things to a person's mind. He drinks again. His gaze shifts nervously to the maw again. Tattered as I am, I'd give anything to see our standard again. Some thieving Murdens stole it here the other night, raiding us for food, weapons and shins. Didn't get away with much, but they managed to swipe our standard. I think it was a personal insult. Why would they be insulting you? Jealousy? Because we've beaten them back before? Because we have more stuff than they do? Figuring out how abhumans think is a fool's errand. It's better to go with your instinct than dealing with them. That's what they know. Whatever the reason, well, they've got it now, and some time I should get it back. But those Murdens knew exactly what they were taking from me. They mock me. Why don't you send some of your troops to get it back for you? For some reason they seem to think that it's my duty. They want me to do it personally. I'll get to it eventually. He takes a hefty swig from his flagon, and his eyes dart to the maw again. I reckon I'll never see that old rag again. This place has taken everything now. Why don't you go get it back yourself? It's not worth the bother. We raid them, they raid us. I'll get to it eventually. The irregulars might grumble, but we'll find it soon enough. He swallows another drink, but not before you see a brief shadow of fear scattering itself across his face. I came here to save life. Can I justify risking the men for a flag? I want to ask about something else. Like what? Why do you keep looking over at that knot of bloom flesh? The maw? No reason. I just don't like the way the damn thing looks. I don't like the way it sounds. He takes another drink. You don't hear that whispering, chittering noise that sounds like primal hunger. He looks suspiciously at his flagon. It wants to eat me. I know it wants to eat me. Worried that it might be sneaking up on me, or that I might accidentally be slipping backwards towards it. You don't fight in as many battles as I have without recognizing a potential death wish in your own heart. The best solution is to take charge, command these troops and lead them out of here. He peers gloomily around the slump. I'm stuck here in the bloom. The fight's gone out of me, I'm afraid. Then he looks at you again and seems to realize who he's talking to. Tabat, take me. Why am I opening my heart to a cast-off? Get out of here. He turns his back to you. What's that you're drinking? This? This is Asterian rum, one of the finest and deadliest concoctions I've found in my travels across this land. It's like being smothered in a blanket of soft fur and drowned in love. It can strip the gloss off just about any material you care to name, too. Most people can't drink one mug, let alone two. Even these brave soldiers find it hard going. But you, I challenge you to match me and I'll match you. Put that vaunted cast of constitution to the test. Farewell. Don't be in a hurry to come back. You see a tall, nervous man pacing back and forth. His hair is a mess, his clothing stained with food and chemicals. His left eye is an engraved orb of metal, and you can hear it whirring from a distance. He casts fretful glances all around the space, as if waiting for someone or something. Do I know you? He peers at your tattoo, then at your face. You seem vaguely familiar. Perhaps I've seen you somewhere before. My name is Orth Fung. What can you tell me about yourself? I was a researcher at the Order of Truth, but they objected to the work I was doing for a friend. Suffice to say that it's not going well, and I can't talk about it to anyone but him. You're doing research for a friend. Will you tell me his name? I suppose it doesn't matter. His name is Aligard. Perhaps your face betrays a sense of recognition, or the Eon Priest is just unusually perceptive, for he immediately brightens. You know him, don't you? Please, if you can get a message to Aligard and ask him to meet me here, or bring him here yourself, it's extremely important that I speak to him. What happened to your left eye? This? Oh, nothing. I was doing some research in the Order of Truth, and found this delightful apparatus. I thought that it appeared to be a prosthetic device, and as I was studying it more closely, it leapt onto my face and devoured my eye. Then it mated itself with my visual cortex. The pain was tremendous, of course, just blinding, if you'll pardon the phrasing. But when I woke, I discovered that I could see in multiple spectra, discern remarkably small objects, and occasionally expand my consciousness into other dimensions. Or perhaps those are just the headaches paired with euphoria. Whatever the case, it was a worthwhile sacrifice, and I hardly ever notice it's there anymore. Farewell. Farewell.
On it.
Why, good sir, greetings, greetings, and welcome to our little operation. His long face suffuses with a smile at his joke. His sagging skin and the dark bags under his eyes speak of a deep physical weariness, but his manner is bright and cheery. He wipes his nose on a filthy sleeve and extends his hand. My name is Dr. Demaray. His partner steps forward as well, and I am Dr. Obervich. He extends his hand. It's probably best to grasp the top one. Like his partner, his face is long and seamed. Unlike his partner, each of his arms is bifurcated at the elbow with a mechanical forearm and hand grafted to them. A multitude of prosthetic eyes are drilled into the top of his head. He turns to your companion. Calistige, the years have been kind, or, he adds, chuckling, they have been kind to those of you within range of my perception. Calistige's voice is as warm as you have ever heard it. The good surgeons, how fare your adventures in art? Well, very well. Now that we're in the bloom, we no longer need scruple with mundane things like antiquated laws or alleged codes of ethics, and are free to pursue the avenues of thought that we previously closed. Protectorate. But what are they protecting? Certainly not their sick and unusual citizens. I don't suppose you managed to make headway on my concern. They may not be the brightest scientists, but I do love their daring. Let them continue. Not yet, alas. Other matters have come up, other avenues have opened, other possibilities have beckoned. He smiles again. That's a response for 3 of you. There are so many possibilities here. If only we could find another dimensional husk, or perhaps make one. Yet not one answer for my possibilities. You've had years and we fracture through time. My sister's voices grow louder and I grow louder in their minds as well. The situation is becoming intolerable. I must know. Can you find a way to sever us, or can you find a way for us to integrate ourselves smoothly? Have you researched the datasphere as we suggested? Should that avenue prove untenable, I believe we might be able to achieve a severance from your sisters indeed. I have prepared an injector that can mute the influence of your sisters on your mind. It would require you to remove the attractor permanently to take full effect. Its use would be a point of no return. He wrings his hands. I wish I had better news for you. Perhaps we might look into another avenue for you. That's all, is it? She sighs in an exaggerated manner as you have... in as exaggerated a manner as you have ever seen. Give me the injection, then. I might as well get something out of our relationship. She holds out her hand imperiously. The doctor meekly places a syringe in her palm. We sacrificed a sister for your knowledge. I had hoped you would have further answers for us. Our apologies, Calistige. We'll begin a new course of study shortly. A hint of steel creeps into his voice. We can't change the past, at least not yet. So that will have to suffice. His warm tones return. Now, what can we do for you, traveler? What sort of work do you do here? We take on any number of specialized patients. Take patient 27, for example, or Jaunt, as he calls himself. He was a visitant from another world, an alien creature. Our local maw devoured him and then spat him out a year later without his skin, muscle, or memory. Yet, if you look at him, you can see that he has both skin and muscle. Granted, it's human skin and muscle, but that's all we had to work with. He pauses. We couldn't do anything about his memory. The skin and muscle doesn't suit patient 27's body structure, of course, but that only makes it more amazing. Why couldn't you restore his memory? The bloom devours more than flesh and bone. It is hyper-aware, hyper-sentient, and its needs are beyond our knowledge. We do know that it sometimes feeds on certain mental states, and that certain psychic wavelengths attract its attention. I theorize that it nourishes itself on those wavelengths. This is most likely what happened to Jaunt. His essence, if you will, has been absorbed and probably excreted by now. There is no recovery from that. Farewell. In a darkened corner of the slump, surrounded by waving tendrils, is a knotted mass of bloomed flesh. The flesh looks thick and old, and you can detect a jagged seam running across its surface, with faint light glinting from within. As you approach, all the sounds of the slump seem to fade. The chatter of the locals and the rough laughter of the soldiers recede into the distance, replaced by the hissing, chittering voices of the bloom. You realize suddenly that this is a maw, and the waving tendrils are its tongues. Somehow you're certain that you've confronted this maw before. A moment later you correct itself. You haven't confronted this maw before, but the changing god has, and in a different body. The memory glimmers half-formed at the edge of your conscience. You concentrate upon the memory and it begins to emerge. The changing god stands in front of the Chirurgeon slump maw, and you realize now that it is uncommonly old. He wears the body of a tall and powerful man, a glaive. From a leather case at his side he draws a crystalline object. Grasping it tightly in his hand, its name leaps into your mind. The magmatic amulet. This is the artifact that you seek, and it was once possessed by your sire. You take careful note of the artifact so that you can describe and recognize it if need be. Suddenly, the whispering voices of the bloom are changed, as if the amulet is a prism through which they can be understood. It's still impossible to translate the chitterings into words, but impressions begin to fill the changing god's mind. Hunger, in expectation most of all, welcome. Your sire reaches forward a hand and the maw opens at his touch, compelled by a bond he has forged in the depths of the bloom. He steps through the portal and is gone. The memory fades. Observe the behavior of the bloom tongues. The fleshy tendrils wave lazily about, tracing random patterns in the air. They don't appear interested in you. Listen carefully to the bloom's voices. Drinking the water of the bloom has made your thoughts blurry, but in your unfocused state, the bloom's hissings and chitterings seem almost comprehensible. They invoke impressions of hunger and craving, all centered upon the man who stands near the center of the slump, the mercenary captain Artaglio. Leave them all alone.
Let's go.
This young man's beauty shines, even through his grimy face and his tattered clothes. His eyes are wide and staring, electric blue, and the movements of his fingers trace through the air look like birds in flight. He snaps out of his reverie and grins at you, his teeth even and white against his brown skin. On closer examination, you can see that his rags were once fine fabrics, carefully and expertly stitched. Where am I gonna get money? Hello, he looks quite affluent. He greets you with an easy familiarity, like an old companion. His voice is smooth and educated, mellifluous and soft. Hello, friend. My name is Boris. Can you spare 200 shins? Why do you need the money? Why? Why, friend? Do you remember the first time you fell in love? The sweet laughter of an infant, the taste of a tear when you hear of a friend's death. I do. I remember them even though they haven't happened to me. He stops, puzzlement crossing his face. At least I don't think they have, but no matter. Here inside this shop, Sheen sells the essence of those experiences. If you have the shins, you can live them all yourself. My family never understood. They wouldn't even try. At least, if you can live them until you run out of money, which I have. Did I ask you for shins already? I could swear I did. I only need 200. Disowned me. At least I think they did. I've had several families thanks to Sheen. Farewell. When she turns, you realize that the thing you had mistaken for a bundle of sticks and twine is a woman. An impossibly thin woman. Her face all angles and lines, her arms summer twigs. Her clothes drape across her like sailcloth, and though her face is young, her eyes are old, old, old. Her eyes are pitted and scarred from alchemical processes, the apparatus for which stands in dizzying profusion behind her. She does not meet your gaze as she greets you, but her eyes rove across your body, watching and weighing. Traveler, the shop of Sheen lies open before you. Essences distilled, draughts for quaffing, experiences delivered a mouthful at a time. Her voice is flat, though an undercurrent in her voice sings at a register you cannot hear. Let's see what you have for sale. Cipher. I don't think I used that thing. Oh no, all of these things that give you permanent training cost a shitload. I don't have that shitload. Now we have that shitload. Choose a lore skill, +1 permanent training level. What am I low in? Nothing. Mystical, natural. Let's go with mystical.
Here. Now.
It's done? Yep. Yep. What did you mean when you said essences distilled and experience delivered? That which we eat, that which we drink, this is not the only nourishment in our lives. Without joy, without peace, without happiness or courage, existence itself becomes empty. These states I recreate, and into dull lives restore aught of glory. She looks proud for a moment. Clients come to me from across the Protectorate. They desire to open themselves to new sensation, though perhaps unpleasant. Why? I ask not. Unpleasant horizons into the depths of human experience. Some seek solace in pain, or domination or unusual abilities. Were the traveler to present a gift of a unique experience, a transfusion of energy to Sheen, arrangement might be made. I have many unique experiences. I can provide the feeling of overwhelming another's mind with a wave of psychic energy. Her eyes widen in anticipation. Sheen has heard of such as you, dominators and manipulators. Sheen offers essences in trade for these energies. Your offering lowers my prices. Does the traveler accept? I don't know. Sure, whatever. Then step in with me. She reaches out for you as she activates her apparatus. Her hand makes contact with you. A rainbow aura settles across both of you, and you feel a connection to her mind. Fleeting images of a grand palace arching over a river, a mad flight over polluted swamplands, and great aerial predators that swoop onto unwary travelers in a grassland that seems to have no end. You feel the familiar swirl of tidal energies begin deep within you. As the machine continues to whir, you feel her insistent thoughts pushing at your mind. The tides curl around her. The shell of her mind compresses. Her body becomes a puppet to your will, dancing to your invisible strings. Her grasp on your arm tightens as she writhes and screams, but she lets it go on and on. Finally, with a shriek, she releases her grip on your arm and fumbles for a beaker. Semi-solid bloody tears spill from her eyes, great gouts of rich and putrid scabrous tissue. She retrieves them with her bottle, scraping the lip of the bottle up her cheeks to ensure that she captures the essence completely. The apparatus winds down, and the rainbow glow fades. Sheen meets your eyes for a long moment. You bring me a familiarity, kinship in spirit. She inclines her head slightly. My wares, their cost to you is my cost to buy. Gratitude. Well, I already bought everything, but whatever. Can you create a mixture that will open the maw here in the slump? Know you what it seeks? All creatures live in desire. So too must the maw desire something. It wants to devour Artaglio. She closes her eyes as if picturing Artaglio in her mind. The man wears the black mask of fear, but he carries the mark of a hero. He carries a soldier's essence, but he has forgotten its face. She frowns and holds up 2 bony fingers. 2 ways to do such. 1. She holds up her first finger. Fetch me his skin or bring me his hair, and I can find the truth of the man. A warning. The condottiere will see no change if you give him the essence. You must provide another subject. I mean to say that another must ingest his essence. She meets your gaze for a moment. The bloom is not gentle. Few would accept your offer. Knowing this, only the truly desperate plot this course. 2, she lifts her second finger. I can remind him of his truth. I tell you this, the bloom will likely devour him. Simply look in my wares and you shall find the bravery that he requires. What? Essence of bravery. Okay.
Fine.
The skin of this broad-shouldered man looks blotchy, even patchwork. It slumps from his frame as if he had lost a great deal of weight. He bobs his bald head in greeting as you approach, and his neck moves like it's broken. Yet he seems to be in no pain, and his movements are quick and assured. His voice is sonorous but fluting, with a strange buzz that grates on your nerves. Greetings, Sojourner. You stand with the jaunt. You can't help but notice that his gaze continues to steal towards the band of soldiers gathered around the cask. The muscles of his face twitch and bob as he does so. Tell me about yourself. I have the pleasure of being Jaunt. I believe it is a pleasure. I do not have a memory any longer, so I know not how the future remembers me. The burden of knowledge is gone. Why do you keep looking at that group of men? He laughs, the sound like a saw on steel. I know that maw. I know its desire, and look! Its meal sits nearby, quaffing poison all day, as if the toxins numbed the knowledge of the maw's desire. Even that, and his voice drops to a whisper, even that drunken fool knows that it calls to him. His voice returns to its normal grating register. It's a good day when it happens. If Artaglio is gone, the soldiers are gone, then Slump is free. Why is that a good thing? These soldiers, do they ask you for coin when you enter? Do you not see how the Slump operates? He gestures with his strangely jointed arm. Over there, the good chirurgeons, they pay half their earnings to these bullies. Sheen there brews new experiences for the soldiers as they grow bored. They say they are here for our protection, but they truly are here for our labor. They make slaves of us all so they can buy their poisons. He shakes his head and mutters, if the Memovira still rules, we need not fear the Artaglio's men. We fear soldiers. Both soldiers and Memovira fear the bloom. What does the bloom fear? Happen to your skin? He gestures in the direction of the soldiers. Do you see that maw beyond them? The tongues there, they once seek me out, and I, bedazzled by them, give myself to their taste. He shrugs, sending a ripple through his loose-fitting skin. I awake, sometime later. Agony is my lot. He nods solemnly. The maw had stripped my skin and stolen my muscles. It has eaten my memories. I do not recall who I am before, or where I came from, or even my own appearance. All I know is pain. If the good chirurgeons, Demre and Obervich, are not watching, I am dead. They give me new muscles, and they make themselves. They give me new muscles, they make themselves. They grow me new skin made from dead men and sew it on. They cannot match old frame perfectly, but they tell me I am fascinating case, not human. He pulls at some of the loose skin, oblivious to how painful it seems. No longer visitant, yes, now a resident. But they cannot save my memory. The bloom is sated on me, my thoughts and dreams and other things caught up in its fabric. He shrugs. I am content. What else can... Miracle men, these doctors, they deserve a better place than under Antaglios' bullies. What else can you tell me about Demre and Obervich? They work miracles, those two, if you are of interest to them. He looks at you keenly. If you are of interest to them, they bring fearsome knowledge to understand you. Farewell, Jaunt. What about Ranard? You have business with Antaglio's irregulars. You talk to Artaglio.
I'm going.
The cask from which Artaglio fills his flagon is made from staves of dark wood. Synth steel bands hold the barrel's staves tight, and you can see the dents in the synth steel where some sort of ornamentation has fallen off. Inside, dark spiced alcohol sloshes. You might be able to slip the bravery essence into the cask, but Artaglio refills his flagon frequently, and he watches the liquor like a jealous lover. Try to spike the rum with the bravery essence from Sheen's store. Guaranteed success. At no cost, I think. You uncork the vial and move closer to Artaglio. In one swift motion you palm the essence and pass your hand over the cask, discreetly lifting the lid and dropping Sheen's concoction into the alcohol. It barely makes a noise as it slips into the rum, and you replace the lid with no one the wiser. Artaglio refills his mug and drinks. His demeanor changes subtly but quickly, his skin becoming flushed and his eyes dilating. His sidelong glances at the maw, turning to stares, and the more he drinks, the longer he looks. Determination begins to settle on his face. You again. He takes a swallow of his vile-smelling drink. Tell me about your standard. Tell me again why you won't send your troops to rescue the blah 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 blah. Okay, so you can't coax him into going for the standard. I want to talk about the maw. Fine. But quick. You should offer yourself to the maw, Artaglio. You're a brave man, aren't you? He bursts out laughing. You are truly the soul of wit. You're not a bad sort for a cast-off, not at all. He takes another hearty gulp of rum and his brow furrows. You're also dead right, for a change. If that ain't all, it takes a damned cast-off to find what I've lost. He shouts to his troops, My dear fellows, your leader wishes you to know that he is not in fact a mewling craven. It is time to show the bloom what Artaglio is made of. His troops stare at him aghast. They clearly don't want to disagree with the condottiere, but they also recognize that this is pure foolishness. Artaglio staggers over to the maw and the tongues tremble at his approach. Artaglio halts in front of the maw, and you can barely understand his insults through the thick slur of his drunken voice. It seems the bravery essence has had some sort of numbing effect on his tongue. The maw does not react to his verbal assault. Artaglio reaches out and grasps a bloom tongue as if to pull it from the flesh of the bloom, and suddenly the maw is alive and writhing, flapping tongues that wrap themselves around Artaglio's arms and begin to pull him in head first. You can hear his curses continue even as he is enveloped. Yum, 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 yum. Sated at last, the maw opens wide. A trans-dimensional rift appears within. Okay.
Yes. I'll remember that.
A scene of horror lies before you. The walls and floors turned against the inhabitants of this chamber, opening toothy orifices to drag them down and devour them. Judging by the half-devoured wagons and other debris, this was a market of some kind, or a trade post. To your left across the room, is a massive slumbering maw. Its mouth gapes open and a portal shines within. To Ascension. Tongue Cluster. This gaping orifice must have opened beneath the wagon and bloom tendrils pulled it down. Its toothy orifice is frozen in the act of devouring a table. You notice small notches in the wood on one side, tallying sails or days spent in this nightmarish place. This round orifice is rimmed with rows of razor-sharp fangs. Human flesh and hair cling to some of the flesh.
As you wish. Done.
A wriggling mass of tendrils rises from the ground. They remind you of the tongues that surround a maw. Writhing and twisting around each other, they make wet, unpleasant sounds. Out of the corner of your eye, you catch a subtle change in Matkina's movements, a tension that tells you she has encountered something like this before. Her bearing suggests caution but not fear. Bloom tongues. Gods, I hate going this deep into the bloom. Matkina, do you know what this thing is? She turns to you at the beginning of a smirk, obviously aware that you caught the change in her bearing when she first saw the tongues, and maybe a little impressed that you noticed. After careful thought, I'd guess that it's a bunch of bloom tongues. She reaches out a hand, holding it near one of the tongues. I've heard rumors, stories from people who've been here a long time. The crazier and addled heads. Tongues only grow like this in the deepest parts of the bloom. It must have dragged this whole chamber into the depths. Listen carefully to the bloom's voices. Even after drinking the water of the bloom, you can't hear the voices clearly. You'll have to make a more direct connection to the trunks. Touch the bloom tongues with your hand. You carefully reach into the cluster of squirming tendrils. When they touch your hand, they pass through it, and a prickly hot-cold sensation runs up your arm. With the water of the bloom coursing through your body, you can sense a difference between the voices here and the ones you heard at the mall. This particular tongue cluster has roots that extend throughout the chamber, and its whispers control their movement. Touch the bloom tongues again. You thrust your hand in the midst of the writhing tongues. They pass through it with a prick blah 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 blah. Yeah? Okay. Really help me, does it? Don't really want to go in there before we go and rest. But we can go and check out the rest of this place first. We talk to this guy, I'm sure he's really happy about me killing his leader. Renard's features are pinched with contempt. You should be ashamed of yourself. Taking advantage of an enemy's weakness is one thing, but taking advantage of a drunkard is something else altogether. He looks past you at the open maw and says, I hope the price was worth it. He spits at your feet. Never trust a cast-off. You do more damage than 10 normal folk. I needed to open that maw. There was no other way to do it, was there? Nothing you could have done that would have kept him among the living. You cast-offs barge in without thinking of the cost to others. You're a selfish breed and you always will be. Damned cast-offs don't even think about the rest of us. At least he's not pandering with an apology. Snap his neck quickly, grab him and crush his throat? It's particularly foolish to question my actions. I don't particularly care. He begins snapping orders to his troops and they start packing up the encampment. One good thing has come out of this. We're getting out of the bloom one way or another. As usual, a cast-off has come and destroyed our way of life. He spits on the ground near your feet and the soldiers file out of the slump. I know better than to tangle with a cast-off, whatever I think of him. Okay. No, but nobody cares. Nobody cares that I did this. Nobody gives a shit.
Go.
This wheeled vehicle looks like it was abandoned here during some kind of military assault. Two hunched avian humanoids stare at you, their bright and hate-filled eyes shining above dirty yellow beaks. You recognize them at once. Murdens. They emit a kind of psychic fuzz, a mental blanket that makes it difficult for you to concentrate. One puffs up its greasy black feathers to make itself look larger, while the other scrapes close to the ground. Their arms wave and gesture, and the intent is clear. Go no further. Move aside or I'll tear out your feathers and roast you on a spit. Ah, it's me. The creatures lower their weapons slowly and back away to the corners of the room, never taking their eyes off you. Use another one of these.
Now.
This makeshift bed consists of rags, dirty feathers, and assorted junk. Yep. Yummy.
Whatever.
All right.
A cleverly made bed lies at the back of the cell, cobbled together from scraps of wood and rope. This creature stirs and mutters at your approach. Though the form is recognizably humanoid, her head is horribly disfigured. Something has wiped her face clean of features, leaving an expanse of mottled and bulbous flesh, save only a horrifically enlarged mouth and two small holes where her ears should be. She hears you approach and clutches a small jar close to her chest. What would you have with Skora? Though my looks have been stolen, scribbled away by a million thoughtless particles, I can hear you breathing. I can taste what others can only smell, your fear, your exertion. She smacks her oversized lips. Tell me, if you had lost your sight, what price should you pay for its return? A new taste, a strange one. Will this one help me? Only one way to know. What price? Time only, I suppose. My eyes would regrow eventually.
Updated my journal.
Ah, I might have expected such an answer from someone with a strange taste like yours. I would welcome such a gift, but I can tell that you haven't experienced the privation of blindness. She nods towards her jar. This is a piece of the iron wind. It is my most prized possession. I would give it away in a moment if it meant that I could see once again. Examine the jar she holds. Made from an opaque, battered metal, it looks like a repurposed cylinder intended to hold some sort of high-energy matter. Control panels emit small readouts into the air above its surface. The jar thrums with energy, almost alive. And Skora's lips slobber into a toothy smile. My pride and my punishment all in one, she says. Then she hides it behind her back. And if you want it, you'll help me regain my sight. If not, you'll never know its wonders. Perhaps he is interested. This is good. What happened to you? I was a nano once, a researcher on the cutting edge of the science of nano spirits. In particular, I sought to harness the power of the iron wind. But the shields, my shields, they gave way around me and the iron wind swirled in and found me. She smiles sadly, her immense mouth drooling. She pats the jar. I captured some of the iron wind here, but it still remade me. I was cast out, an abomination, and now I skulk and beg for my living. At least the Murdens fear me. Cutting edge? Why hadn't I heard of you? She smacks her lips at Calistige and recoils slightly. The echoes of space and time wrap around your flavor. You must be Calistige. The last word is a sneer. Be assured I have heard of you. You hadn't heard of me because your interests were unsavory. Mine were beneficial, intended to solve the plague of the Iron Wind. Had I sought personal gain in my research, no doubt our paths would have crossed. What do you want me to do for you? Do you not listen? I am blind, and I would see. I don't care how it's done. Restore my sight, and I will give you my jar of wind. Farewell.
Let's go.
I'll handle it.
Ready.
Essence of Single Sigh. The malachite-tinted bauble filled with an ashen vapor pulses at the touch. When peered at long enough, it invokes an intense feeling of solitude. The examiner never knows whether to embrace it or shun it. Okay. Manacles hang from the ancient stone plinth, but they're rusted and useless. No one has been chained in here for a long time.
Yes, child.
This old metal door looks fairly solid. It has a single mechanical lock. You notice that the mechanism appears complicated, suggesting that it's more than just a simple lock. Examine the lock more closely. Embedded within the locking mechanism is a thin bladder of air. As you look more carefully, you realize that the bladder is somehow connected to a series of tubes. This is a trap, a cunning, ingenious trap that is beyond the skill of the murderers. It must be part of the original design of the door. Try to disarm the trap. Easy. Moving slowly and methodically, you trace the trigger mechanism to a pinhole nozzle in the front of the door, which leads back to a small reservoir. It contains a dangerous substance that would be sprayed on a hapless victim. After disabling the triggers, you remove the reservoir from the door. You are now the proud owner of a small sack of molecular acid. Pick the lock. I can do it, but Martina can do it even better. You manipulate the lock successfully and the door unlocks with a satisfying plunk. Two men share this cell. Both of them wear the armor of the Memovira's soldiers. A third soldier lies on the ground nearby, lifeless. One of the survivors is badly hurt, bleeding and clutching his side. The other, a younger man, appears uninjured. His hands are bound with rusty manacles, and he looks blearily up at you, with eyes that should suggest he's waiting for the butcher's blade. When he realizes that you're not a Murden, his face lights with frantic hope. Oh, thank the gods you've come. If you can free us, you can name your reward with Broska or with the Memovira herself. How did you get here? We've been on this route for a long time, a very long time. We've never had any trouble with the Murdens before. They've always paid their tribute, so we had no reason to think they just tried to slaughter us. We fought back and we survived the fight, but... He gestures to his companion. I don't know how much longer he'll survive. We need your help to escape. Zebak's got a family back in Sagas. I've got to get him out of here. How have you been treated? They give us some bowls of slop now and then, but I don't dare eat it. If I used it as a chamber pot, you'd never know the difference. Otherwise, they ignore Zebak and me. I mean, if you don't count the time when they came in here and ate pieces off peel. They're keeping us fresh, is what I think, instead of letting us rot, or our turn will come, I'm sure of it. Free them both. There's a key by the door, friend, he says. Just use that and... Excellent. He finishes as you unlock him and his friend. Can I trouble you for something else? With the shape Zebak is in, there's no way we can get out of here alive. At least not with the Murden guards watching the entryway. Can you do something about them? If you go hide in the next cell, I'll tell the Murden guards that you've escaped. That should give you time. A solid plan. We'll wait for you there. When you give us the word that the way is clear, we'll make a run for it.
With alacrity. It is done.
Oh, anybody there?
I'm going.
As you tug on the heavy door, a panic-filled male voice calls out to you. Hello? Is someone out there? I know you're not Murdens. I can feel the blasted metal noise. I can feel their blasted metal noise, and by all the gods, I hope you're friendlier than they are. Please, you have to help me. For the love of everything you hold dear, please open the door. Dear gods, let it be a rescuer. I don't want to die. Who are you? My friends call me Shinwise. Please, I don't want to die. Open the door. Pick the lock. With a click, you unlock the door and it grumbles open, revealing an emaciated man in tattered rags, a look of profound shock and fear on his face. Behind him, blood and bones litter the floor. The man is short and dark and his face is scarred and disfigured. One of his injuries is freshly branded on his cheek, a stylized blade with the blood dripping from it. He wears the ragged clothes of a bloom slave, tattered and filthy. He tries desperately to push past you. Let me out of here, I beg you. This is no place fit for a human. It's going to kill me. I'll do anything to get out of here, even if I have to kill again. Before I let you out, I need you to answer some questions for me. He glances back over his shoulder, his nervousness apparent in every twitch, and you can see him evaluating the possibility of just bowling through you. His mental calculus complete, he inches closer but shows no sign of trying to bolt. Alright, but please make them quick, I don't want to be eaten. Tell me what's in the room. Why does it frighten you? He looks at you with incredulity. The floor is covered with blood, the bones are snapped in half, and the smell of death is everywhere. He breaks off and looks behind him, apparently distraught. I don't know what's in there, but I've seen things, tentacled things, moving around the edges of the room. Is he insane? How does this room not frighten him? What are you doing here? You know that auctioneer outside the Memovira's fortress, the one with too many teeth? He sold me to a merchant, supposedly to open a maw. Then the merchant sold me to the Murdens. That's not even legal. Nobody's allowed to sell slaves to the Murdens. He swallows and glances over his shoulder again. Then the Murdens threw me in this cell. I saw them cast another slave into this room before me. I heard her screaming. So much blood. He looks imploringly past you. Please let me out. What's that symbol on your cheek? That's the mark of a murderer, Matkina says at once. Even if a killer survives bloom slavery, people will always know who they're dealing with. They used a special brand that shines through makeup and disguises. She chuckles at some secret joke. The brand's no match for cast-off Constitution though, no matter how many times they try. The little man's eyes dart left and right. He licks his lips. It's true, I killed a couple of thugs in the underbelly, but it was them or me, honest. Folsom turned me over to the levies because the ones I killed worked for him. Otherwise he wouldn't have cared. Who are you? My name's Shinwise. I killed a couple of thugs down in the underbelly. That's why I'm a bloom slave. I have no more questions. Whatever. Step aside, let him go. Without a word of thanks, he bolts past you down the hall, vanishing around the corner. Thank the gods. I may be a killer, but I don't deserve to die like that. He fears something more than he tells us. Let's use this.
Yes.
There.
Like a whisper.
Something about this room feels off to you, a sensation of being watched and evaluated. The bloom's walls bulge and press, glistening with a faint sheen like they're beginning to salivate. This space has somehow begun to wake. Great muscles contract in a rippling peristaltic wave, trying to pull you further into the room. Your instincts scream of danger. Prepare to fight whatever comes. Swirling singularities appear and slimy creatures tumble out, nightmares of grasping tendrils and gaping maws. They hiss and groan with hunger and the battle begins. Ouch, he did 0 damage. Okay, so Maelstrom. It affects party members. Okay. Is this what I want to use? I don't think so. It costs so much. I think I'm just gonna... Well, we can... let's just blast him. Crepuscular Maw. Six resistance. What about armor? 5 armor. Alright, maybe this is worth it.
Try this out.
Oh, shit. What's going on? Tropic Field. Use their armor.
No match for me. I feel better. Yes, child.
Akina hide. Then we let teleport.
This should be spectacular. Yes.
Okay, so every time you attack, they do that shit. Is that it? Where is doesn't have his movement. Did he get knocked down? Maybe. Ouch! God damn. How little health does he have? That's 1 kill. Wait, where's the third one? I thought there were 3. Is this gonna miss?
Something you might not expect. I can barely scratch this thing.
You can barely scratch him. He did like 13 damage. As the last creature explodes, you feel the echoes of its singularity passing back and forth across the room, merging with the others, gathering together. A noise rises from the corner in the room, something like wet meat sliding across itself, and then the sound of meat tearing. And a new maw gapes hideously in the wall. The little maw coalesced into a large one. Fascinating. 2 treasure trove. Okay.
All right.
Yep, that's a treasure trove, alright.
All right.
Oddity, cipher. Wow. Let's fix this. Simply have too many ciphers.
I'm going. On it.
Soul of the Forgotten. This casket is all that remains of a forgotten people who once lived and prospered in the Ninth World. Their names are etched into the lid, in markings that resemble no known language. While beautifully engraved on the outside, the casket is minimalist, even bare on the inside. A single pastille lies within, containing the essence of those who created it. Okay. Black metal frame. This metal frame is about as tall as a human and perhaps twice as wide. Rivets hide clearly constructed joints, and the entire structure can collapse to the size of your forearm.
All right.
Cloak artifact, bonus movement speed, compass of the navigator. That's a lot of fucking text.
Yes.
Didn't seem super relevant. Astronomical Merecaster. Oh, we have 3 Merecasters now? Okay. But before we do whatever that is, I'll be right back. Tucked away in this fleshy abscess is a sculpture of a pickaxe embedded into a jumble of stone. Blocks. Near the sculpture's base is a bronze plaque. Examine the plaque. Etched on the plaque is a short message. Better to swing the pick than strike the vein. Shins are shackles and treasures chains. Oh shit. Examine the pickaxe. The shining metal handle towers overhead, completely out of reach. You couldn't touch it without climbing the sculpture itself, and even then it looks far too heavy to move. The pickaxe trembles and you blink. You felt the motion in your mind. You may actually be able to affect this sculpture with your thoughts. Try to free the pickaxe. You focus on the handle of the pickaxe and think, move. It twitches, but nothing else happens. Shutting out every sound around you and every tremor in the floor, and the soft thumping of your heart, you pit your full attention against the shape of the tool above you. With a hoarse, scraping sound, the pickaxe retracts from the stone blocks, and a waterfall of shins cascades from the inner recesses of the sculpture into the pile between the blocks. Take the shins. As you reach for the shins inside the sculpture, a strange feeling of revulsion sweeps over you. Take them anyway. You quickly scoop up the shins. With each handful, the queasiness seems to sink deeper into you, fogging your thoughts. You became demoralized. Leave the sculpture alone. What does that do? Minus 20 willpower, minus 10 evasion, minus 15 on all tasks. Well, that sucks.
Now. Here. Now.
Why did she gain one?
What now?
In this world, then.
The Murden draws back from you, hissing, and it looks nervously to its comrade on the other side of the room. It emits a burst of mental static that feels like trepidation. I need to speak with you. The Murden pulls a knife from its leathery cloak and waves it around to keep you back. It gestures towards the other Murden, then it spits a foul gob of yellow sputum at your feet to emphasize its point. The Murden puffs itself up, its greasy black down expanding as its beady eyes size you up. You note that this creature is slightly larger than its comrade. It croaks a harsh and glottal challenge, and a burst of mistrustful static fusses your thoughts. Your prisoners are gone. The creature looks at you blankly for a moment, then darts a quick glance at its comrade. You sense a static psychic exchange between them, and they turn and dash down the hall. Your name is Zebak. I think I met your children in Sega's Cliffs. Zeb and Nim. Are they well? They were fine when last I saw them. He grips on your shoulder. His grip on your shoulder tightens and his eyes grow wet. Thank the gods, he whispers. If I survive this, I'm going home. Never letting them out of my sight again. Don't care what Brusca says. He shakes his head. Time has a way of slipping out of your hands in the bloom. That's what they say. I never meant to stay so long. What? Let me take a look at your wounds. Aye, he murmurs. Peeling back his blood-caked armor, he looks at you with a mix of hope and dread, probably assuming that you're a healer. Fortunately, you have some knowledge of medicine, or you remember some of your sire's knowledge, perhaps. The soldier's wounds don't smell of corruption, and you're certain they're survivable, but only with treatment, which he won't get until he escapes this cell. What happened to you? Double-crossed by the murders. We came to collect the boss lady's tribute, as we always do. They fell on us like the mudbirds they are. He puts a hand to his side. Broke one of their beaks with my fist. Got a couple stab wounds for my trouble. It's clear. You should be able to make your way to safety. You have our gratitude, friend. Farewell. We'll tell Bruska about you. I doubt those guards will make it home alive if they rely on strangers to help them. Okay.
Done. What? If you insist.
Yes, child?
Yes. Forward. Onward.
The larger size of this Emergent and the grey down that covers his face gives him a more stately and menacing look than his compatriots. He hisses at the other Emergents, and the annoying metal static fades until only his own harsh static remains. The noise whines and scratches in your head, and the chief speaks. As the chief speaks, the human woman at his side translates in a dull monotone. You free our slave. We pay for slave. You owe for loss. I owe you. You should be grateful to me. He would have been more trouble than he was worth. The chief eyes you, carefully assessing your capabilities. He fingers his weapon, but the longer he looks, the less certain his movements become. At last he removes his hand and holds them well away, showing he means no harm. As you say, slave take up food, cost us. Maybe not fun to hunt or watch die. Well, we kind of don't really need to do anything, because we don't... Artaglio is dead, and we already sent his men away.
On it.
So getting the thing is more pointless, so the only thing we can do there is just kill them. And I don't really feel like doing that.
You won't notice I'm gone.
Urgent.
I'm ready.
Ah, friend, welcome back. Demeray wipes his nose and grabs your hand, pumping it furiously. Oh, you return. I hope something is wrong with you. Ah, by which I mean I hope that we get to treat you. By which I mean, of course, that you are fascinating. Just fascinating. Do you know any way to restore the sight of someone without eyes? Without eyes? Were they destroyed, or is this inherited? Was this a creature that has no visual cortex? He waves his hand. It makes no matter. I can restore sight to any living creature. He leans forward and taps your chest. Any. We restore the blessing of sight with just a few minor side effects. Oberwitch is nodding and smiling and prepares to offer a boast himself, but as he holds up his strange arm, his index fingers in the air, he pauses and says quietly, Do you mean restoring sight and retaining independent nervous autonomy? That is, without scooping out portions of the brain. The subject should remain her faculties, yes. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. He places a very small circle. I know only one procedure that meets the specific qualifications that she retain all her faculties, I'm afraid. It is long work. Long, hard work. Long, hard, expensive work. He glances at Obervich. One of Obervich's eyes should do it, but this cast-off, we cannot pass up this opportunity. The half-man returns his partner's quick look. It would require compensation worth more than coin. Perhaps if you found us an interesting test subject for investigation, we could consider a fair price. Or consider a fair trade. And when I say perhaps and could, I actually mean that it would suffice. I see where Dr. Demaray is heading with this. He would make an excellent test subject. Expensive and time-consuming. What about all the eyes your colleague has on his head? Did he undergo all these surgeries one by one? My friend, these eyes provide a valuable function for me, and they are not simply baubles to be handed out as favors. They are affixed to me, and provide certain insights. He bobs his head quickly and nervously as if to belie his words. One of them falls from his head. Blast, he adds, hastily scooping it up and reattaching it. Very well, you've caught us in a slight embellishment, as one might expect from someone of your mental caliber. He looks to his compatriot. Did I not tell you that our friend's intellect was something to be admired? I did, he bows to you. We don't necessarily need a subject, I suppose, but I did not embroider the truth either. This is an expensive item. To replace it will cost us 280 shins. I'll pay the 280 shins. He shakes his head sadly. Such a possible contribution to knowledge and learning lost. That doesn't stop him from taking your money. I hope my esteemed colleague will cheer himself by thinking of how we can advance our research through the expenditure of these funds. He elbows Obervich. I believe our guest is waiting for something.
I'll remember that.
What? Oh, yes. My apologies. He reaches up to the profusion of eyes on his head and selects one seemingly at random. With a grimace, he works it free from his head. His scarred flesh flows around and fills the hole where it resided. Simply place this eye on the recipient's face. It will do the rest of the work easy. What if I put it on my own face? It will likely not work. And it would scoop out a portion of your brain in the attempt. No, sadly, I cannot recommend that you try it. Okay, yeah, that's BS.
I'm going. Fine.
Why do you return? What have you brought to poor Skora? I have an eye for you. Press Obervich's eye into her face. Sweet sight returns? I welcome it, friend. Arg! The eye begins to burn into her flesh, extruding small legs that heat and twist as they burrow deeper into the meat and bone of her head. She claps her hands over the eye, instinctively scrabbling at the invasive device, and you recognize the titanic act of will it takes for her to let the eye do its work. Her trust in you must be great, or her need for vision desperate. So much pain, yet nothing compared to how I lost them. Did he speak true? After what seems like an eternity of her screams and moans, Skora pulls her hands from her disfigured face. She tilts her head up at you, and her mouth stretches into an involuntary smile of pure joy. You wave your hand in front of her face, and the eye tracks it naturally, cleanly. She throws her arms around you, sobbing with relief and happiness. I see! The lights, the shadows, the bloom. Never has this meat hell looked so wonderful. At least she collects herself, wiping away the stream of tears that poured from the single eye. She looks in amazement at the moisture on her hands and mutters, It has rebuilt the entire structure. Amazing. More investigation required. Then she glances up at you and thrusts the jar into your hands. Here, more trouble than it was worth. She turns away, grasping in delight at every newly revealed sight.
I'll remember that.
Who knew the bloom held such wonders? Yeah, I don't know what she said, if that was what she said. Whatever. What the winds took. Return to Kian. Oh, I wonder if she'll let us sleep for free now. Who wants the wind?
Yes.
The only one I can imagine that might want the wind is Ioxu. Unless maybe you can give it to Dracogen? Something? Either way, let's go to Ioxu. And then just return to the girl over there. I have need of your wares. Now. Yeah, let's just equip this. It just gives more armor. Floating pendant. Soul of the Forgotten. You're holding a small box in your hands. It is shaped like a casket and beautifully ornamented, and writing etched into the lid in markings that resemble no language you know of. By contrast, the casket is minimalist, even bare on the inside. A single pastille lies within. Inspect the markings on the lid. A skillful hand etched these markings deep into the lid. The glyphs are intricate and strike you as ideogrammatic, but you can't decipher them. And yet they seem oddly familiar, as if you've seen them before, if not in this life, then in another. Try to remember where you've seen these glyphs before. That was hard, holy shit. Invigorating conversation? Oh, I got all my intellect back. But I was just gonna go and rest. A memory blossoms, but it is hard to comprehend what you're seeing. It is as if seen through the eyes of someone not human. Do you speak this language or do you not? You see your fingers trace a pattern on a set of glyphs very similar to those on the casket's lid. Almost reflexively you repeat the pattern on the lid. The casket lid opens, revealing that a small blue figure with long spindly limbs has now appeared, lying atop the pastille, opening some of his many eyes to look up at you. The figure clambers up to sit on the edge of the casket. Several eyes are focused on you, blinking at irregular intervals. He starts speaking in a high, wailing tone. You can't understand a word he is saying. Recognizing this fact, he picks up the pastille and reaches it up towards you. Eat the pastille. As you consume the pastille, a burning smell immediately overwhelms all your senses. Flashes of memories try to force their way into your mind, but they are too alien to understand. After some time, your mind settles down, leaving blurry memories and hazy details. Yet somehow you have gained a full cognizance of the people that this casket memorializes. You understand that the people memorialized by the cask were a secluded people, now long gone, eradicated by a cataclysmic event. You feel the nature of their existence, as it were an intangible being. They did not despair at the end, as the end approached, secure in their vast stores of knowledge, wrapped in the belief that reason would find a way out. This casket preserving their memory was made by them. While it did not save them, it does preserve an aspect of their nature. While you do not know them, you will remember them. As the cognizance ends, you find the creature gone, the casket now buried, burning with a cold fire in your hands. In mere moments, it is nothing but ashes drifting away between your fingers. Okay, so we just gained 4 XP at the cost of 600 shins. Very cool. Floating pendant. Compass of the navigator. Sell. 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 I think that's also just trash. It's trash. Permanent +1 training level in concentration. Who needs that? You, maybe.
Take these ciphers from me.
Oh, she doesn't get the minus speed pool thing there.
On it.
What's happening?
Yes.
I couldn't walk. There now.
Go.
This pool is filled with yellowish water. A wide area around the pool is wet, suggesting that people have been drinking the unpleasant fluid, and possibly bathing in it too. Look into the pool. Beneath the surface of the pool is a large reservoir of fluid. You can't see anything of interest in its depths. Drink some of the fluid. Again you raise the yellow fluid to your lips. It's clear that the effects of your last drink still haven't worn off, and imbibing more fluid is likely to make things even worse. Drink the fluid anyway. You take another long drink of the yellow water. The Bloom's voices grow louder still, drowning out your thoughts, chittering madly in your ears. The world blurs. You stumble and collapse to the ground, and everything goes dark. Blech.
Can't die. Ready.
Don't think anything has changed here anywhere.
Yes.
Well, there's not gonna be anything in here. Ah.
Let's go. Of course.
Inifir is just chilling.
On it.
The machines and the stasis chamber are transformed into shattered, smoking wrecks. The ghostly woman laughs. The first time you heard her do so, though the humor in it is dubious. I died. I remember it now. I never survived the stasis chamber, and the probability engines were his vain attempt to resurrect
I'll
me.
remember that.
She looks sadly at the translucent man representing her father. He doesn't know. He thinks he can save me, but he has lost me forever. Tell him. Tell me he can never get me back. Not the real me.
Let's go.
I missed some parts here. Gravestones and gravestones and cenotaphs surround you. The ghostly woman looks across the graveyard. Do you know what these are? The copies the machine created of you. She nods mutely. They're the fruit of that damned engine. I remember now. It copied me over and over and over, overwriting the lives of other girls with my life, as if I mattered more than they did. She wipes the back of her hand across her face. He thought it was never perfect enough, but it was too perfect. I died before I was 20, so the engine made sure that all of them died at the same age. She looks at you, ghostly tears glistening in her eyes. It's still doing it right now in the real world. You have to stop it. Tell him. She points to the ghostly man. Tell my father what his obsession is doing. He has to stop it, and then you can stop it out
I'll
there.
remember that. On it.
I already stopped it. He's gone.
I'm going. Go. Fine. Yes.
Yeah, no, we got nothing in here. I just wanted to check this. They keep making sure you can go into your mind everywhere. So I was like, okay, maybe something will keep popping in here, but so far it's just doesn't seem like there's a lot that actually happens in there. Can't tell him about the trading post.
Yes. Now.
Kian raises her head in a businesslike manner, belied only by her surroundings. You've returned. I don't suppose you've learned anything new about Delnian Rung. I took care of Rung. He won't be bothering you or anyone ever again.
Making a note.
Her eyes twinkle with understanding. A small grin appears on her face, then quickly disappears. She almost looks guilty about it. How peculiar, she says. In any case, please accept this in thanks. If Rung is truly gone, I can afford a little excess. She hands you a little pouch from her pocket, and feel free to sleep here any time. No charge. I'm more than glad than I ought to be that someone has died. Has this place made even me bloodthirsty? I'd like to sleep here. Of course, she waves towards an empty tent. I'll bring you some food shortly and I'll tell you some stories if you like. Enjoy your night.
Well, I feel better.
Forward.
Increased edge. A little cup. Alright. Let's see how long this is gonna take going through all the mirror castles. That might be a chore. As you cradle this device in your hands, you smell a tang of salt water and the ground beneath your feet seems to shudder and sway. The mirror within it calls you in soothing rhythmic pulses. Inspect the mirror caster. You peer through the device into a void far larger than the thing in your hands could contain. From the far end, a shapeless mass reaches across the distance, faster than a blink, and obscures your view of it with an amorphous limb. Enter the mirror. Indigo waves rise in the wake of the huge marteling whale bearing down on Sega's cliffs. Its flank blocks out the sun. Its shadow sweeps over your meager dhow and a whole swath of the sea. From high up on the beast's back, a lookout leans down. "Plague!" he cries, in a voice that seems too faint, even considering the distance. His warning is unnecessary. The yellow yak flab flapping from the masts can be seen all the way from the city. As the lookout stares directly at your dhow, he cocks his head quizzically and rubs his eyes, plainly confused to see no one in the boat. The light bender on your belt does its work well while its charge lasts. After a moment, the man wanders off. Snug around your neck, a steel collar trembles, and a voice whispers in your head. "Hurry, our seaward batteries can turn the whale to mist if they must, but better to save our fire for a darker day." After a moment, the collar buzzes again, and the voice adds, "Eliminating contagion is doctor's work, and no doctor would use a saw when a scalpel will do. Go now, cut what you must and make sure that this sickness does not reach our city." Finally the voice says, "And don't worry, your body can't fall prey to their disease." The collar goes still. The whale's leathery side looms above you like a living cliff. Somewhere up there are the men and women carrying death toward your home. Gather any gear in the dhow. The tools of your trade are housed in a locker beneath the thwart. Hooked climbing claws, your wind-sliced blade, and a concussive crystal pulsing with explosive powder. You quickly secure them, claws on your hands, sword at your side, crystal on your belt. Remaining in the locker is a small waterproof ledger, which is better left there. There is also a harpoon of azure steel sunk deep in the whale's flesh and tied to the dhow by a sturdy cable. It would be hard to pull free, and in any case it will keep your boat tied to the beast. Read the ledger. Judging it too long to read in its entirety, you open to a page at random. In a meticulous hand there is a date, and below it, 3 for the greater good. You flip to another page, and it's similarly no more than a date and a short entry. 1 for the greater good, 1 of necessity. As you skim, only the dates and numbers change. Any contemplation is cut short by a shudder from your collar, and a sharp voice in your mind. Do not tarry. Use the climbing claws to scale the whale's side. You sink the climbing claws into the whale's tough hide and, leaving a bloody trail behind you, quickly climb your way up. As you ascend, the steady lapping of waves fades and wind grows, but there come no sounds of the living or dying. There comes no sounds of the living or dying village built upon the martling's back. Finally, you crest the whale's flank and pull yourself to the top. Silence, like a miasma, hangs over the empty driftwood shacks. Bits of bone, sheets of synth, crude abandoned tools. These are the only signs that people once thrived in this unusual home. The lookout has left no tracks, and in the moments you spend scanning the narrow, trash-strewn street, no one else emerges. Beyond this bleak emptiness, two things rise. Nearby, a kind of pavilion or howdah, built atop the whale's head, and in the distance a huge stone stern castle at the whale's rear. A beam of light streams from the stern castle to the howdah, encasing the latter in an iridescent bubble. Some sort of shield by the looks of it. There's nothing else of note. Head for the stern castle. After a sharp turn, you slip into a square that is half smothered by the stench of what seems to be a heap of garbage. Without a shudder, you see it is in fact a mound of rotting bodies. Cornered between the corpse pile and a rusting sheet metal shanty, a woman guards a few canned goods against a crowd of lean-faced men and women. Their gestures might seem mere speechless, beseeching, were it not for the woman's torn flesh and one man's bloody nails. She hoarsely warns them off, vowing to die fighting, and die she surely will, though these half-starved foes would pose no threat to a trained warrior like you. Though you are nearly close enough to touch them, the Lightbender hides you from sight. Cannot let them distract you from your mission. Slip past them to the Stern Castle. At last you arrive at the Stern Castle, a towering edifice of steel and stone that is a seat of power. That it is a seat of power would be clear, even without the ribbon of energy streaming from its tower toward the distant howdah. A large mob has gathered on the Stern Castle's steps, and many of the men and women mutely pound upon the gates. Their silence and the flatness of their effect is striking. As you watch their ineffectual siege, more file in behind you, blindly forcing you forward, cutting off any means of retreat. For now, thanks to the Lightbender, they have not seen you. Climb the Stern Castle wall and gain entry through a window. You are well up the Stern Castle's wall before the Lightbender's power peters out, and by then you are far from the mob's reach. Indeed, you seem far from their care, as they are content to continue pounding away at the gates. The climb is an easier one than your last. Even without the claws, you would find easy fingerholds in the weather-worn mortar and rough stone. Above you shimmers the beam of energy fueling the howdah's distant force field. Soon you have reached an open window, and without hesitation you swing your way inside, landing deftly in a great hall. The Stern Castle's defenders are a few dozen men and women armed with little more than spears and marlin spikes. One of them has a few healing ciphers, another wears a richly dyed robe adorned with glittergar scales. No doubt she is their leader. The hall holds little else of interest save a large Numenera that streams energy out through the window, feeding the force field at the whale's head. The defender's leader addresses you, her voice oddly accented. "Welcome to Folkhaven, emissary," she says gently. "I speak for the folk. We must dock in your city. We are in desperate need of healing, as you saw when you faced the unspeakables. We beg your aid in these days." Forget about healing. We'll destroy this whale if you do not turn around. Your plague will not reach Sagus Cliffs. The speaker is for a moment speechless. The defender's eyes are all turned upon her, and a look of horror and nausea blanches her face. Then, with visible effort, she composes herself. You have spoken, and I have heard. She lowers herself to her knees. But again, I implore you and your far-famed city to aid us in our hour of need. The lives of the folk and the fate of the haven turn upon your word. The hall falls silent, awaiting your reply. Fine. I must think of both my city and your village. I will do what I can to help you, short of endangering my own people. The speaker pushes herself to her feet and brushes off her knees. I do not fault those who speak for your city. We have done the same here to safeguard the uninfected within these walls. But we cannot change course from here. She points to the window through which the Numenera sends its energy. The whale singer guides the whale from upon its head, and he must be shielded against plague. Were he to lose his voice, there would be no song to steer us. A grim false smile cuts her face. But there is a way. You see, a gift has come to us, a means by which the healer can concoct an inoculation against the quiet death. It comes at a price. One your city will make us pay. She points to a boy huddled nearby and calls him over. The gift, she says. The only one to fall sick and silent, yet fend off madness. She strokes her hair. From the fluid in his spine, the healer will decant a guard against the death. She gestures for him to sit. Not a cure, and enough for at most 20 inoculations. You count more than that in the hall. From 20 the folk can grow again, as we did after the sinking. She smiles at the boy. The gift will not refuse or cry out. He will endure his death in silence. She takes your hand. We will lower the shield, and you will bring an inoculation to the whale singer. The whale will turn and we will survive. Very well, the survival of your people is more important than the boy's life. She spoke the truth. When the boy is broken upon the Carurgeon's bench, when ciphers bore into his back, he makes not a noise. From his life 23 will be saved, each with an amber promise swirling in a strong glass vial. The healer hands one to you, along with a cipher that will inject it into the whale singer. The speaker gives you a flag, half yellow, half blue. Wave it when you reach the shield. We will open a way and the singer will know you for a friend. With that, the folk spread a word of blessing and lead you to a tunnel, dug through whale flesh, that will give you a clear start. Your path will not be easy. The village is overrun, but it is the only way, and so you go. The collar around your neck hums and a voice warns. Make haste, the whale has entered the bay. You heed its command. As you weave through the narrow paths and alleys, faint sounds stir in the silence, the shuffle of footsteps, the huffing of heavy breaths. With a watchful eye and quiet tread you advance, keeping out a sigh as best you can. Soon they are before you, a gang of unspeakables, at least a dozen strong, making their starving, reaving way through the village, and unknowingly barring your advance. You are not here to cleanse the haven. Sneak past them. The same hovels that make a maze of the Folkhaven provide endless cover for the adept, slipping through doors, slinking through alleys, and leaping from roof to roof, you evade the unspeakables and make your way at last to the Howdah. You reach the top of the whale's head and stand before the shimmering force field that shields the Howdah. A wave of blue and yellow flag brings it down. A wave of the blue and yellow flag brings it down. Within the pavilion stands a stocky man, barrel-chested and ruddy, the whale singer. He seems pleasantly surprised to see you. Behind him, wide-mouthed tubes rise up from the whale's hide, and past them is the flat expanse of the whale's brow. Not so far beyond are the cliffs, the cannons, and the city. The whale singer's voice booms when he speaks, his words accented like the speaker's. I do not know you, stranger, but you have braved the unspeakables and come bearing the speaker's blessing. I await your words. Give him the inoculation. You quickly explain that what the healer has given you, and hand the inoculation to the whale singer. He presses the needle through his skin, blending the serum with his blood. There is no change or wonderment worked by the injection. No esotery lies behind this treatment, merely a child's life. All the same, the whale singer nods and thanks you. You have safeguarded my song, and thus the haven. Tell him he must turn the whale before it is destroyed. With a gesture to the cannons bristling on the not-so-distant cliffs, you warn the singer of what will come if the whale is not turned. Trusting in the speaker's flag and the clear truth of your words, he gives a quick nod and turns to the tubes rising from the whale flesh. It is an uncanny song he sings, inhuman and at the same time heart-achingly intimate. At once the whale begins to turn, heaving its huge bulk away from the city and back to the open seas. And then the song ends, and the whale singer takes a long swig from a flask chained to his belt. It is done. Seconds later, the collar around your neck flickers, and a voice whispers to you alone. Do not let it turn back. I'm not gonna kill him. Return to your dhow. You race down the whale's head and leap into your dhow. With a swift slash, you cut the harpoon loose. Moments later, the whale is already dwindling into the distance, whatever fate awaits the folk and the unspeakables. It will be resolved at sea, far from the city you were sent to protect. As you slip from its shadow, the indigo waves turn azure. Your collar trembles and the voice returns. You should have cut deeper. Then, silence. The wind bears you back towards home. You do not bother to watch the vanishing whale with the dying village on its back. For ahead of you grows the great city of Sega's cliffs, its buildings, then its people coming slowly into view. They are safe for now. So we changed the past there because in reality, the whale gets obliterated by the cannons. That's what they tell you when you're in Sega's. I'm pretty sure. No, you're using the time telescope, and you can see it get obliterated, I think. I'm not sure if that did anything. We didn't get any XP, didn't get anything. So, I don't know what that changes. Anyway, we have 2 more. Make sure I quick saved. Have this one. And an astronomical mirror caster. You withdraw the mirror caster and hold it before you. A sour thirst immediately overtakes you, nameless and persistent. Your hands shake, your throat is dry, drier than sun-bleached stones. The pull of the mirror within this device slices like a polished shining knife through the wretched cravings clutching at your throat. Inspect the mirror caster. Whispers rise from beneath the thirst, thoughts trapped not by the device itself, but by the maze of addiction faithfully carved within the hollows of the mirror caster. One drink, one taste will help me think. Why suffer? Why shouldn't I have what I want? I want this. I deserve this. You lift one hand from the device and the thoughts fade into irritable muttering. Enter the mirror. I don't think I had done the whale before. But this one, probably for sure. Probably, certainly. The first thing you notice is the stifling heat. The dry air feels like it's sucking the life right out of you. You stand in the middle of a crowded street. An enormous blue dome towers in the distance over crowded clay and synth steel buildings. The dome shimmers as the sunlight dances across its surface. Dark men and women jostle past you in bright-colored robes, kicking up dust clouds as they go. The dust glitters gold and silver, but it's just dust, and it's making you cough. A beggar sits at your feet, her robes far grungier than those of the crowd. The beggar is a thin, gaunt young woman, her skin reddish-brown from what looks like constant sunburn, her hair bleached almost white and her eyes green with bluish tints. The light reflects on a smooth, polished metal band around her throat. "Coin for knowledge," she chants, rhythmically in a pleasing voice, rocking gently. "Coin for pity, coin for song." She sees you staring. "I know you," she says, her normal voice almost as melodious as her chanting. She points at the side of your head. "I've seen that tattoo and that uniform. You're one of the lords of the endless battle, aren't you? A cast-off. What business could you have with the Oasis?" Try to remember whose life you're in now. Your accoutrements jog your memories. His name is Resik Falk, an officer of the 1st Militia. A patch was torn from his uniform, suggesting he is actually a former officer. He was exiled when he refused to carry out Paj's orders. Whatever it was, he was shocked that Paj would have him do it. He never did get a satisfactory answer from her as to why. Several ornaments hang from your belt. A metal hand, an electronic eye, a dead power core. They're trophies. Reese's specialty is battling constructs and automatons. These ornaments are a source of pride for him. My business is none of yours. A strange smile crosses her lips. Your exile is obvious enough from your uniform. The torn patch is a dead giveaway. I'm surprised you still wear it, but what interests me more are those curios around your belt. She points at the various trophies on your belt from defeated automatons. She beckons you closer and leans into your ear. I have a job for someone just like you. I need your help to sneak into the Oasis. Why do you want to get into the Oasis so badly? She sits back, folding her hands in her lap. You want a story? No, of course you don't. Here's the short, bittersweet version then. You see this? She touches the metal band around her throat. I acquired it some time ago when I used to live in Sega's Cliffs. I can't say what compelled me to wear it, but... She laughs at her own foolishness. I did, and it gave me the most beautiful singing voice, and as an odd bonus, the ability to breathe water. I began to go by the name Tide Singer. But what blessing is this without its curse? She looks wistfully in the direction of the blue dome. Mine is an overwhelming urge to immerse myself in water. I need it. I ache for it. She squeezes her fists until her knuckles become white. She lets go and sighs. I came here hoping to move into the Oasis, but their immigration laws are quite strict. I sing for money here in Jerboa, spending a day in Emra Jolius whenever I have enough scraped together. But it's not enough. I need more. Do you have a plan then? She pats the ground next to her and waits until you're sitting down. The tour groups are on our way in. The gibber guards will let anyone pass with a guide. Of course, the problem is that the guides stick to you like... She searches for the right metaphor, then lets a handful of sand sift through her fingers. Well, like dust. She raises a finger, except at the menagerie. It's like an underwater museum, but it's so crowded that the guides simply hang out at the entrance. So we enter Emra Jolios with a group, then slip away and hide ourselves in the menagerie until nightfall. A shadow crosses her face. This is the tricky part. The menagerie is guarded by a demon, an automaton from a prior world. She playfully flicks a construct's eye hanging from your jacket. But I suspect you know a thing or two about dealing with those, don't you? With your skills, we should be able to sneak past it no problem. This sounds dangerous. What's in it for me? I thought you'd never ask. She sidles closer to you. You were kicked out of the endless battle, yes? On the first side, if I'm not mistaken. She smiles at your surprise. You'd be amazed what you hear even on the streets of Jerboa. I know a thing or two, including something very interesting about your militia that's worth the risk. She sits back and gestures at your tattered uniform. Besides, what have you got to lose? Alright, I'll help you. Her face lights up as bright as her song from before. Thank you, thank you. For a man of your skills, this will be easy, I promise. Get what you need. I'll meet you at the gate in an hour. Then she gets up and practically floats away. Finding the gates of the oasis is simple. All roads radiate from the dome like a hub. The air is cool and fresh near the bubble. This close, the waters appear to rise perfectly vertically. You strain your neck trying to see where they disappear. An energy net simmers just inside the waters, open only at a single point, where several Jibra armed with barbed glowing spears scrutinize every air breather who tries to enter. Those with bracelets and tour guides are allowed to pass. The rest are turned away. Nem, let's go with Nem, suddenly slaps an airskin bracelet on your wrist. You feel a slight tingle, but nothing more. She points to a group of Jerboans next to a smiling Jibra. Ready? Let's go. Stepping into the oasis is surprising. There's no shield or force holding the waters. You walk into them like you might walk into the sea. Once inside, the tour guide takes you all over the massive city, through the sunken market, an underwater park, the government square. Neem was right. She doesn't let you out of her sight once. Finally, you arrive at the menagerie. It's just as crowded as Neem said it would be, filled with creatures and curios, as though it can't decide whether it's a museum or a zoo. It's almost overwhelming and you don't know what to look at first. Remember, Neem says, her hand gently holding your arm, why we are here. Watch the crowd of tourists. Scores of tourists meander through the menagerie's corridors. The vast majority of them are human, but there are several Jibra and other water-breathing races as well. A soft current seems to carry them from one exhibit to the next. You can feel the pull of the current yourself, though it's trivial to resist it. One tourist hovers to one side, dressed in colorful robes and seemingly more interested in the tourists themselves. His gaze moves back and forth across the crowds, but never on any of the exhibits themselves. Of course, he's simply doing what you are, but what is his reason for observing? Seeing the robed tourist, you scrutinize the other tourists even more carefully, wondering if any others are observing more than just the exhibits. The robed figure appears to be the only one, but you notice something else. None of the tourists, not even the robed figure, are looking up. Even the Jibra treat the menagerie as though it were filled with air, its occupants restrained by gravity. Looking up yourself, you notice a shadowed crevice high above, hidden behind stone structural supports. It looks just big enough for two people to hide in. If you could get there without being noticed. Why do I have hiccups? Jesus Christ. Knock it off. Talk to the robed figure that's watching the other tourists. This tall, thin man appears to have glowing runes orbiting his head. He wears dark, finely embroidered robes and a short cape, primarily made of blues and purples. He seems intent, though you can't quite discern about what. When you gain his attention, it feels almost as if he is mentally cataloging the details of your appearance. He glances at Neem behind you. The beggar and the cast-off. What is it you would ask of this one? I noticed you were watching the tourists, not the exhibits. Why? Our answer is the same as yours, Seeker. You wish to free yourselves from those who watch. He glances at the doorway where the Gibraltar guides talk amongst themselves while the tourists enjoy the menagerie. This one is Dusk Watcher Yarmid, an eye of the Brotherhood of the Chronicle. It is our purpose to witness and record pivotal events in history. We believe one such event is soon to occur, but alas, this one fears the event will be missed. The curators of this place are ever watchful. What event are you waiting to witness? We cannot speak of the event itself. This one's purpose is to observe only, not to alter. Suffice to say, it is tragic, or likely will be so. However it plays out, its effects will ripple throughout history. He thins his lips. This one must observe, yet the window of opportunity is closing. He shuts his eyes, creating new wrinkles on his face. He opens them suddenly, looking directly at you. You seek to hide yourselves until nightfall. This one seeks the same. This one knows a way one can hide together with little risk. In exchange for this information and your willingness to hide with this one, the Brotherhood permits this one to answer a single question. Why would I want you to answer a question? The records of the Brotherhood are extensive. We are capable of answering any question within our records and are even able to predict the course of events over the short term. The answers of the Brotherhood can be of great value. Alright, we'll work together if you can answer one question for me. What is your question? How can the sorrow be stopped? Neem looks at you strangely, obviously not understanding your question. Yarmid is nonplussed. Nonplussed. So surprised and confused that one is unsure how to react. Okay. We know, he closes his eyes in thought, then opens them and says, we know of the Zorro. Though its forging was long before the foundation of the Brotherhood, there is nothing in our records that could indicate what might stop the creature. He bows. Please, forgive us. You may ask us something else. Where is the first cast-off? He shuts his eyes in deep thought and says, her name is Marolel, the one who is thought to be both first and past. Neither are true. She has faked her own death in order to hide from your sire. Even the changing god does not realize she is alive, and she intends to keep it that way until it is too late. He opens his eyes again. We regret that her current location is unknown to us. It is our hope that the information provided is sufficient. This one can also aid you with your current task. He points his chin at the tank of dangerous-looking creatures. The Lorob's cell is large, with several places for all of us to hide until nightfall. Unfortunately, the Lorobs themselves would destroy any air breather foolish enough to step into their habitat. He nods at Neem. You have a gift, however. Your Numenera enables you to match any pitch and timbre. Listen to the Lorobs. You will find that emulating their song is enough for them to leave you alone. If you hide in there, this one will see and find a way to join you. He brings his hand up to his face, making a strange gesture with his fingers. This one is grateful for any assistance you choose to provide. Farewell for now. I am watching, Seeker. If you follow my advice, I will join you. Examine the amulet on the pedestal in the center of the foyer. It is an amulet made of several concentric circles. A thick cord is attached to the outer circle, although it does not appear to pass through the other rings. The circles are just hovering in the center of each other. A plaque on the pedestal says it is called the Talisman of Skorgil. Myth says it belonged to the legendary Baji, believed a prophet of Ny'kul by the Jibra, and a deity by some Jerboans. Its true origins are unknown, but it has belonged to the Jiash, the ruling council of the Oasis, for several centuries. You recognize the talisman as the strange artifact from that first memory deep within your mind. The changing god once needed it for something, perhaps to complete the resonance chamber itself, though all of that seems irrelevant now. Examine the dangerous-looking water creatures. The plaque calls them Yorubs. They are nearly twice as long as a man is tall. With 2 front flippers and a narrow tooth-filled mouth, they hum an odd dissonant tune to each other as they swim by. Neem seems entranced by it. There must be some invisible field between you and them, because they stay back from the onlookers. There is a pocket of air about 2 meters above your head. A few tourists floating there are tossing in treats they have purchased, which the Yorubs snap up greedily. Their habitat resembles rocky shoals, with several holes and hollows for the Yorubs to hide. Neem is listening carefully to their song. She hums experimentally in the same tones. The Yorubs respond immediately, swimming near her and then away. Peacefully, she laughs. Yarmid was right, she says. I think this will work. Do we want to do this? Not yet. I want to look around some more. Check out the imprisoned fire creatures. These creatures are kept in a cell of air. The ground is black like obsidian, with glowing red nodules here and there. The air in their cells shimmers like a summer day, though you can feel no warmth from where you are. The plaque says these creatures are commonly called firewights or flame souls, though they are made of neither fire nor spirit. The Eon priests call them Nakals. The creatures feed on water and the life force of living creatures, says the plaque. In their natural habitat, they can control and shape magma into impossible architectures. They see temperatures, not light, and so the tourists are nearly invisible to them. Take a closer look at the construct near the door. The construct's armor is pitted and scarred, bursting with metal thorns on all sides. Instead of arms, it has long killing blades sharpened to a gleaming edge. It appears to be inactive, completely oblivious to you or anything in the menagerie. A feeling of intense loathing rises unbidden as you look upon it. These are not your feelings, you realize, but a visceral response to the person whose body you're in. Examine the Yorubs again. Get in. The air pocket over the Yorub's cell stretches across the extent of the menagerie, all the way to the back. You and Neem swim to the far corner where there are no tourists or Yorubs. Then, when nobody's looking, you slip over the invisible field and into their cell. The Yorub's reaction is immediate. Several of them swim towards you, teeth bared. Immediately, Neem begins to hum their strange song. They swim closer to investigate, brush you with their flippers, then swim away. Sticking to the shadows, you swim deep within a hollow rock and wait. An hour or 2 later, you notice Yarmid is there with you, though you didn't see him arrive. Then it's just a matter of waiting for nightfall. Hours pass. Tourists and tour guides leave one by one. The guides don't seem to keep track of who they brought, acting only as chaperones for tourists who wish to return. The remainder are accompanied out at sunset. The menagerie is dark and empty. The sunlight that had been filtered in from translucent rocks in the ceiling is now gone. Only a few fish and rocks still light the gloom. You emerge from your hiding place, moving as quietly as possible. But as soon as you reach the main corridor, a metallic voice carries from the direction of the front entrance. Do you think I would not see, would not know? You will die here tonight. You see the demon around the corner, construct bristling with spikes and blades. You, Neem and Yarmid are too many to hide, and it sees you immediately. Before you can react, it fires a blast of energy that causes the water surrounding you to burn like fire. When your vision returns, Yarmid is gone. Neem is still next to you, breathing heavily within her air skin bracelet. It doesn't look like she could take another hit like that. Even you could only survive a short while longer. You have a beam lance bracer on your forearm, but you suddenly wonder if that will be enough. Try to blind the demon with the beam lance. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. You aim the beam lance at its head, focusing on the vulnerable optic nerves. You exhale and squeeze your fist, triggering the beam. It strikes the demon directly in the face. The demon's head snaps backwards. When it returns, the face is charred, eyes dim. Do you think I need to see to kill you? Come here. Try to disable the demon with your sword. Another 75. Although you never learned how to take down an automaton, you find this body knows easily what to do. You get closer to the demon, feinting an attack to its head. When it blocks this critical spot, you bring your blade back against its side, slicing through critical wires and actuators. The demon makes a guttural noise, possibly a curse. Its body jerks and shivers against its will. It's not dead, but it will have trouble retaliating now. Attack the demon with the beam lance. You take aim and blast it in the shoulder. It reels back, sparks and debris flying from it in all directions, then hovering in the water around it. It's wounded, but not enough to slow it down. The demon zips through the water towards you, blades extended, but without its optic centers, it's easy for you to get out of its way. Attack the demon again. You blast it in the waist. It doubles over, more shards of gleaming metal dancing away in the dark water. When it comes back up, there is a gaping hole in its armor. If you're lucky, one more shot there will finish it off. Attack the demon again. Aiming carefully, you fire again at its lower torso. The beam explodes with a blast of light and heat, firing into and then through the demon's body. It is flung backwards through the water, slamming into the wall behind it. Its eyes dim, and it goes silent. With the demon destroyed, there is nothing between you and the exit. You swim out into the cool, liquid night. Stars and full moon shimmer above you from outside the dome of the oasis. Shadowy mountains rise in the far distance at the edge of the valley. Below you, the rest of Emra Jolios is a black expanse. Neem snaps off her bracelet and breathes deep of the waters. Thank you, she says, her voice even clearer now without the airskin. I guess Yarmid didn't make it. She looks back for the robed figure who didn't escape with you. Maybe he is witnessing his event. She puts a hand on your cheek and whispers, I owe you more than you know. It's not much, but I know something that might help you. Your commander, Taj Reckon, is not what she appears. There's someone else pulling the strings above her. She shrugs, embarrassed. It's all I have to give you. I'm sorry, but you can use it somehow. She darts forward and kisses you on the cheek. Then she swims off into the inky black. You make your own way down the surface, as you notice two shadowy figures flying through the water above you. The moon's reflection shines on them for a brief moment, and you catch a glimpse of two cast-off tattoos and an artificial eye. Massive! The figures disappear into the menagerie. Any thoughts of following them are quickly snuffed out as something tugs painfully at your gut. Within seconds, Emra Jolius fades away for good. I don't think I've managed to do all of that before. This is why I wanted to rest as well. I'd like to sleep. Do the last one, right? This one. Can't use that. As soon as you place this device in the palm of your hand, the stately dance of the clockwork planets mounted upon it becomes a frantic spinning reel. In the heart of the thing, a contemplative hum grows, as though the machine itself were studying the paths of the planets above it. Listening, you hear shadows of words within that sound, speaking of the mirror within the device. Inspect the Mirrorcaster. You study the whirl of the planets in your palm. Your eyes might be deceiving you, but it does seem as though some of the orbs are slightly transparent, and that tinier planets are orbiting within them. Enter the mirror. Blue. Once you had 24 words for all its hues and shades, metaphors to glaives, capes, and courtesans' eyes. Now the sky is just blue. The ground is stone, the man before you, fat. Now all is vague and drab-like. The memorialist sees you stopped and he halts as well. Let's have a rest then, he says, passing you a bottle of fortified water as he catches his breath. You knew a word for that too. This drink they brew in the Valley of Dead Heroes. Gone. We aren't far from his cenotaph. The fat man wipes his brow. Hello, Arian. Deep in your pocket, your hand feels for the round tin that holds the worms. Your fingers clutch it tight, and as they do, they brush a piece of paper. Been really busy? Well, nothing wrong with that. I've been really sick. Are you his shadow? The memorialist asks abruptly. Caligat Anbor, I mean. One you came to see. Without waiting for a response, he barrels onward. We thought he'd cast his shadows among his own kind. We reasoned that with the Tabat gone, his line was lost forever. He stops and flushes more deeply, then, hastily with a sign, adds, But shadows fall where they will, as they will. Caligat Anbor, Tabat, shadows. They flit around the edges of your mind, escaping your grasp. But the worms, they are well within reach. Finished making it? Are you insane? No, it's nowhere near finished. But I'm still working on it. I've just been really sick for like 3 weeks. I've been trying to work off stream, but no, it is not finished. Not by a long shot, dude. No. Shall we continue, Pilgrim? The memorialist asks, to break the silence. One more short hike will do it. Your body is ready, your mind is not. Examine the paper in your pocket. You slip the crisp, neatly folded sheet from your pocket and carefully open it. I will want the worms, but I will be strong. I will wonder what I have lost, but they will only rob me further. I will endure, and I will build the tower of my intellect anew. Caligat Anbor will furnish the material. The mind link, not the worms, will be my tool. The mind link. A dead-eyed trader from Harif sold it for the last of your once great heap of prizes and bounties. Now it's slung from your belt, a hideous mask with a synth tube hanging off it like some Satoshi tentacle. Examine the tin in your pocket. The tin is old and unremarkable, scuffed and dented, but sturdy enough. It opens easily. Inside is a clump of bristly worms, blind and thin, barely moving. Your fingers itch and tremble, your nostrils flare. You no longer know their name, but you know exactly how to use them. Careful not to spill the precious contents, you close the tin and slide it back inside your pocket. Caligat Anbor, shadows, Tabat. The memorialist regards you skeptically as if he expects to be the butt of a joke, and he looks in your eyes. However, he softens. We live in a world of darkness, Pilgrim, and each of us is just a shadow of one of the great heroes buried here in this valley. But there is a light that shines behind the world. To know it, we shadows must measure ourselves against the heroes who cast us, and thus learn the light that lives beyond. He takes a swig from the canteen. I thought you set out on this pilgrimage to visit the tomb of Caligat Anbor, because you were his shadow. That you wanted to stand before him and find enlightenment. Am I wrong? Are you his shadow or not? Yes, I am his shadow. The memorialist smiles. It's a rare honor to join shadow and hero, and a joy for those of us who shepherd pilgrims through the valley. He gestures to the hilltop toward you've been hiking. Just over that rise is the monument. As for his tomb, you said that the cenotaph would lead the way. I can't see how, but for the famous puzzle breaker of Sega's cliffs, I'm sure it will be simple. Your mind might still be clouded, but at least now the form of things has become clearer. Let's go. I want to see the cenotaph. As you follow the memorialist up the crumbling path, he carries on about a time when all the roads in the valley were all well paved as the streets of Sega's cliffs. Then, reaching the hill crest, he falls into reverential silence. When you catch up, you see the sight that awed him even for the 1000th time. A clutch of exquisite monuments ranging from vast to miniature, from abstract to eerily lifelike. The memorialist points to one of them, a many-sided slab of black stone, and gestures to you to follow. This must be the cenotaph of Caligat Anvor, Tabat General and would-be world conqueror. Up close, the cenotaph is not so remarkable. Its faces are adorned with gruesome stylized reliefs depicting the Tabat and their Dragolith mounts trampling the corpses of their foes. Neat geometric glyphs encircle the panels, like the images themselves. They are embossed rather than engraved. The memorialist clears his throat. Of course, Caligat Anvor isn't here. Like the other heroes, his body is in one of the cells in the catacombs beneath us. He nods at the monument. This is its own sort of shadow. All memorials are. As your guide mumbles something about the difference between the impression and reality, your attention turns to the cenotaph itself. Examine the images. No doubt some historian could tell the tale behind each panel. What doomed race the Tabat annihilated here? What grand battle was waged there? But to you, they're just an ugly blur that tugs at shameful memories, without ever dragging them to the surface. This is not the knowledge you came for. On one side of the cenotaph there's something else, an obscene picture, crudely etched rather than raised, its edges scorched black. The memorialist clears his throat awkwardly. A graffito from just after the Tabat were beaten, carved with a plasma torch by a bitter nano. He coughs again. The visual pun on Black 3 must be obvious. Sadly, we can't possibly fix the damage. Study the glyphs. What seemed at first individual glyphs are far more complex. Smaller symbols assembled into larger patterns, linked into chains, twined and twisted into knots. Never a tangle or ramble. It is more mathematical or scientific notation than language. Running your fingers across the glyphs, you see that they shine briefly under your touch, then fade. Perhaps there is a formula here to be solved, a structure, a higher, hidden order to be found. Perhaps here you could catch glimmers of the Tabat's military mastery, but the sieve of your mind holds nothing, and any secrets slip right through. As you struggle to decipher the symbols, the memorialist hurries over. This one means war, he says, illuminating a cluster repeated endlessly on the cenotaph. This one, death. He picks out others and shows how the ideogram for soldier weaves into warband, which can in turn mesh into column or army. Excitement grows in his voice as he leads you to another panel and shows you the unique markings that compose the pattern for underspine, a high council, we think, or god. He notes what seems to be a structure to the writing, a pattern within the pattern. Could it be a puzzle to open the way to Caligat Anvor? He asks, expectantly. You have no answer for his hopes. Study the basin. Carved into the cenotaph's plinth is a wide, shallow bowl, perfectly smooth, perfectly ovoid. In its center is a small drain that runs into the monument. Around its rim is a geometric pattern, simple and composed of a single recurrent shape. You recognize the symbol. Blood. Of course, it could be nothing else. Your guide keeps back from the basin as you examine it and shares no thoughts. Sacrifice the memorialist? Alright, let's do that one. Perhaps your guide underestimates the strength still coiled in your sinews. Perhaps he imagines your body has gone soft as your mind. Or maybe his faith gives him no cause to fear leaving this world of shadows. Whatever the case, he hardly seems to flinch as you swing a jagged rock towards his head. The sound is more a thud than a crack, but any fool could see his skull is smashed. You drag his body to the basin and saw at his neck until the blood begins to run, filling the bowl faster than its narrow drain can empty. You step back and watch as the glyphs glow bright blue, casting with their light a kind of shimmering portal in the air. Through it, you see hints of a room. Examine the portal. Some sort of room bathed in blue light lies beyond the portal. The tomb of Caligat Anbor, it would seem. The knowledge you seek awaits within. Step through the portal. You step toward the wavering energy field and stare at the blue-tinged tomb beyond. The blood price has been paid and Caligat Anbor rests within. Tarrying no longer, you plunge through. The tomb's walls are bare stone, as is its floors. In fact, the room is empty except for the sarcophagus that sits in its center, a crystalline Numenera that hums with ancient, indefatigable energy. Bathed in the portal's light, the room feels almost underwater, a sensation heightened by the air's unnatural weight. Study the sarcophagus. The sarcophagus is divided into 3 parts: a wide bier, an elongated pentagonal coffin, and a curved lens-like lid. The bier is decorated with familiar glyphs. You recognize war and death and purity among them. But these designs hold little interest. They are just catchwords, and they will teach you nothing of the Tabat genius. The coffin, for its part, is a single hunk of milky aquamarine. Its lid is less opaque, and through it you can see the corpse's silhouette. Most importantly, you notice a simple locking mechanism holding the two together. Opening the sarcophagus would be a straightforward matter. Open the sarcophagus. A few twists of the coffin's cylindrical locks, and the lid rises up with a hiss of icy age-old air. As the mist clears, you see at last the face of Caligat Anbor. You feel nothing at the sight of him, never having known the terror of his triumvirate. His inhuman features are slightly mummified, but well preserved. His ebon tabard is faded with time, that even the sarcophagus could not keep at bay. But it is his head that matters, not his clothes. His head and its brain, and the insight sheathed within, an edge keen enough to cut the tangle of your own failures. Use the mind link on the Tabat corpse. Once you slip the helmet over your face, you can't see and can barely breathe. Trapped in the mask's damp darkness, you fumble for the socket at the base of the corpse's skull. At last you find it, and still struggling, try to bring the conduit tube into contact. Suddenly, the darkness explodes with light. The nebulous patchwork glow of your own mind, and beyond it, the glorious mandala formed by the thoughts of Caligat Anbor. A mote emerges from that pattern, and a confused voice whispers, "You are not the Underspine." Almost instantly, the geometry of his mind transforms into a star fortress, from whose bastions dagger-like shapes stream forth. "You will not taint my thoughts." The Tabat voice rumbles as his fleet soars toward you. There is no time to try and reason with him, if that would ever be possible. Fend him off. You came here to rebuild your mind, not offer it up for Tabat pillaging. You knit shut the ragged fringes of your mind, focusing and contracting yourself into a tight, hard core bound by its will to live. The cutting thoughts of Kalgat Anvor flash at the perimeter of your defenses, probing, testing, seeking entry but to no avail. At length, they withdraw to the Tabat's own pattern. For now, you are safe. The texture of the general's mind ripples as he arranges his thoughts, absorbs what his scouts have scraped from your mind. At last, like a messenger, a sphere splits off from the pattern and floats before you. Pilgrim. The word is spat out. I have seen the secrets you keep from yourself, the endless battle you meant to end, and the red wreckage your solution left behind. I am unmoved. I killed more, lost more, and fell farther without surrendering the truth. The sphere shimmers and flattens into a kind of a mirror. You have come because you would prove yourself again, through me, by me. The thought floats slowly backwards, but I am not your underspine. What did you see in me? His mind ripples with amusement, fear, vanity, weakness, deceit. There is a long silence. It is your duty to know yourself and to be yourself. A thin silver sliver of thought shoots out from his mind and stabs into your own. It is an image, a battlefield strewn with countless corpses and shattered war machines. A regal woman stands beside you, rigid with rage. Puzzle breaker indeed, she sneers. The image, be it memory or Tabat deception, fades away and Kalgat Anvor offers no more. Study his mind. You see a wide crescent of Urail reavers ready to sweep down on an outnumbered but unfazed band of Tabat scouts. You know they will fight free because Anvor knew it then, before the battle even began. You see the city of Sega's cliffs, rising above the plains like a beacon, a treasure, a false icon to be smashed to pieces. In the depths of the general's mind, jagged, violent thoughts seem to be mustering as if for war. At the moment they are scattered and in some disarray. What is the underspine? Kalgat Anvor's mind grows still, with faint flashes of contemplation flickering across its surface. The guardian of the Tabat soul, his mind darkens and storms. To use your words befouls the meaning of my thoughts. It is obscene that you call this tongue truth. Silence, then. The underspine is a filter through which our minds flow, cleansing us of distraction, subversion, novelty and doubt. The darkness dances to the edge of his will. You cannot comprehend. I want you to feel the emptiness in my mind. The general's mind darkens, its defenses harden. Conquest holds its own doom. The risk is too great. I'll ask you again. Join me. No, okay, it's just the same thing over and over again. Attack his mind and plunder his knowledge. Death has not dulled the Tabat's weapons or his will, and he has used the time in the mind link to gather his forces. And your mind, for all your bold gambit, languishes in worm-worn decline. With wild violence, his sharp-edged thoughts hack through your memories and fears, doubts and despair tattering the fabric of yourself. You watch helplessly, and with failing comprehension, as blue-black blotches spread across your mind. Too long have you traded the substance of your strength for the worm's flashes of brilliance, and now you've nothing left to stem this rout. In the end, it all means nothing to the masked fool, crouching beside a corpse, drooling, moaning and weeping without knowing why. Okay. So we didn't really get much out of that at all. Alright. And I'm guessing you can't go in again.
Yes, child.
Boruska. This woman's face is lined with worry, though her thick build suggests that she could snap a spear in two without much effort. She continually glances toward the tunnel leading out of the courtyard, as though she hopes to see somebody. She runs a hand through her short, graying hair and mutters, "Gods, that's two missing. Where the hell are they?" Finally, she takes notice of you. The wrinkles on her face harden immediately. "What are you looking at?" She juts a thumb towards the massive gate behind her. "Nobody gets in the fortress without permission. I can already tell you don't have it, so keep walking. I need to see the Memovira." She places a casual hand on the hilt of a large blade. "Nobody sees the Memovira, not unless you got permission from someone who matters." She spits a bitter laugh and mutters to herself, "This is just what I need. My patrols are coming in late and I'm stuck here playing." She stops mid-rant and eyes you up and down. Her brow furrows. "Hold on, you're not the one who helped out my patrols in the old slave block in Little Niliesh, are you? You almost matched the descriptions they gave me. I killed the guys in Little Niliesh, but sure. Yes, that was me.
Updated my journal.
Well, I'll be damned." The lines on her face softened somewhat, even though there's still stone underneath. "I owe you thanks, I suppose. I can't give you much in the way of favors, but take this. It's something the men got off the Murdens. Bunch of money. He just helped them? Why, I wonder. That's not something I've ever seen in the Bloom."
Yes.
Assassin. While hidden or attacking a blinded enemy, automatically kill the target if it is below 40% health. Okay, good. Myalgic Dust. Scatter Bomb. Attack all enemies in range, dealing 4 energy damage. Any enemies with negative petals that you hit are also pushed away a short distance. Nah. 30% critical success chance on attacks against targets with negative petals. Yeah, let's just go with that. More quick fingers. Hello, Gabe. Thank you. Ooh. But I think it's time for a break. We've been streaming for 4 hours. Wouldn't mind eating something, and then I'll be back later. I don't think we can finish this game today. I don't think there's that much left, however. So we might, but we'll see. If we don't, then we don't. But yeah. I'll see you later. Until then, thanks for hanging. Bye-bye.